all the agenda on time. As everyone knows, my name is Meghna Tare. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for the University of Texas at Arlington, and also the founder and coordinator of the RCE North Texas, which was launched in March of 2019. So it's been 2 years. With me today is Gary Cockey, who is the Director of Sustainability at the University of Texas at Dallas, who's also my co-coordinator for the RCE North Texas. 2020 has been a challenging year, forcing many people to adapt to new realities. And I just wanted to start this morning by saying that I would like to wish everyone my personal best and your families are safe and healthy. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the first RCE North Texas Summit. Thank you to each and every one of you who's here today this morning with us. I'm very pleased to welcome you, those who have been with us for a long time, for the past 2 years, and also those who are new to the RCE and joining us for the first time to attend the summit today. I just wanted to acknowledge that your passion and commitment to sustainability and education for sustainable development is what helps us unite and achieve our goal. For those of you who are new to RCE North Texas, I just wanted to take a few minutes to kind of give a brief overview of what RCE North Texas is. So in 2003, in response to the United Nations Decade of Education for Sustainable Development, the United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability, IAS, it launched a global multi-stakeholder network of RCEs, Regional Centers of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development. And the idea is that RCEs will facilitate multi-sector collaboration and will utilize formal, non-formal, and informal education to address the sustainable development challenges at a regional level for various communities. And as of today, 179 RCEs have officially been recognized by the United Nations University worldwide. And RCE North Texas is one of those 179 RCEs. So we are very proud of that. And collectively, as a region, as a group, we decided to focus on 3 SDGs, SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. In the past 2 years, I've realized that the wonderful thing about RCE North Texas is the different perspective all our stakeholders bring to the discussion, since we have a variety of stakeholders from public sector, private sector, academic institutions, government agencies, local governments, nonprofits, and even some grassroots organizations. So this is an attempt from us to give voice to all these stakeholders who have been with us for the past 2 years and to have a healthy discussion about the challenges for the North Texas community in the coming years. I truly and strongly believe that success of sustainability initiatives, requires engagement, participation, and collaboration at all levels. And you all know that working together is very vital in your work, but to do that, sharing ideas is equally important. And I think education really helps that. I wanted to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers and moderators, and especially Gus, who is our tech support today, for their participation. We could not have done this without your help and commitment and your time. So thank you so much for that. The agenda for the day is posted online. I have also put it in the chat, so you can follow the day as we go along, and you can decide which session is of interest to you. Throughout the day, Gary and I will also share a survey form that we request you to fill out, because it really helps us make RCE North Texas better, but it will also help us and guide us in planning the summit for next year. So I know you're all excited to hear the remarks from our esteemed speaker, Satya Tripathi, who is the UN Assistant Secretary General and head of the New York office at UN Environment. His bio is available online, but he is a development economist and a lawyer with over 35 years of experience. He has served with the UN since 1998 in key positions in Europe, Asia, and Africa in the areas of climate change, human rights, democratic governance, and legal affairs. He was also instrumental in establishing the Tropical Landscapes Finance Facility in Indonesia and India. And he has also served on the World Economic Forum's Global Advisory Council on Forest. So I'll take this opportunity to welcome him and thank you for your time, Satya. Please take it
Thank
away.
you.
I hope you are
Thank you so
able.
much, Meghna. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So, are we? So, I understand this is live. So, is there an opportunity for Q&A or? Uh,
Uh, sure.
okay. So, I'll let you moderate that. So, I'll
Yeah.
spend about 50% of the time to present some ideas, and then, of course, I think it's always good to have a dialogue
Yeah.
with an audience as distinguished as the one this morning.
Yeah.
So good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, good evening if you're connecting from other parts of the world. My name is Satya Tripathi, as Meghna mentioned, and I am the UN Assistant Secretary General and head of the New York office of UN Environment, and also the Secretary of the UN's Environment Management Group, which is the consortium of 51 agencies, funds, and programs of the UN, a body set up by the General Assembly of the UN to bring about greater coherence in how we approach environmental issues at hand and consistency in terms of the advice we render to the world at large. So, congratulations to the University of Texas Arlington and the Regional Center of EST. EST, as we know, it's SDG 4.7. And of course, UNESCO carries the responsibility. There's no crown to carry, so it's more of a very onerous responsibility that has been distributed among different agencies of the UN in terms of all the 17 SDGs. So my own agency, for that matter, is the lead agency on sustainable consumption and production, which is SDG 12, because without that we are all lost. And then we are already seeing the effects of that in the worst possible way across the planet. But I'm going to focus on education for sustainable development, and then from the context of where we are at this time. Let me start by um, infusing a touch of reality of where we are. Now we are in front of all our computers, and we have electricity, and we have safety of our homes, offices, wherever we are, and it's great to be where we are. But this is not going to last for very long, and this is why we need to understand the challenge of where we are now. Looking at the broader macro picture, we are at about 415 parts per million of greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere. The last time the planet was somewhere around this space was about 3 million years ago. Now, of course, at those times, sea levels were 20 meters higher than they are now. So the counter question could be that then why aren't we seeing 20-meter high sea levels now? That is because we have just altered the foundational nature of the planet in the last 100 years so quickly that it is taking time for that damage to manifest itself. But the scene is set. We've done what we could have. And as the Arctic ice melts, billions of tons rather, of water start flowing into our water bodies and our oceans. This is the inevitable that will happen, and it is waiting to happen. The Paris Agreement, that is often talked about as something that will save us, is really not going to save us. And I'll tell you why. Because in 2015, when the countries of the world came together to agree on something called the Paris Agreement, they didn't agree on any standards or measures. What is the common standard of consumption? What is the common standard of production? There's no such thing in there. It is celebrated because it was the first time everybody came into the room and agreed to sign on to something. So that's where its significance lies, not in the action it proposes or achieves. Now, if the Paris Agreement were to be fully implemented, it will actually take us to 3.2 degrees of global warming. The year before, the insurance industry carried out a study of the potential impacts of global warming, and where will the planet be at 3 degrees Celsius of global warming. And they concluded through their own research, these are not NGOs or activists talking, it is the industry itself, they concluded it, that at 3 degrees of global warming, the planet will be uninsurable, because insurance is based on predictability. Or you do your actuarial calculation and you see what is the likelihood of a problem occurring and how often. And that's how you decide your premiums. And then, of course, a large body of people or institutions or companies buy these insurances, so that some will claim, the others won't, and that's how we collectively protect each other. But the insurance industry, by its own research, thinks that at 3 degrees we cannot insure anything anymore. That is the kind of risk we are talking about. Then, of course, in the IPCC told us, even in the Paris Agreement, that yes, this is 3.2 degrees of global warming that the Paris Agreement will result in, but every 5 years we need to reset the ambition, and that we need to stay at 2 degrees, because that's where we need to be a manageable ecosystem. Then a few years down the line, the IPCC came back and said, now we have better science, now we have better research, now we have better data. We need to stay at 1.5 degrees by the turn of the century. That's 2100. Now, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, which is the big institution of the big data and all weather predictions and analysis around the world, they published their latest report last year, the State of the World's Weather Report, and they tell us there is a 70% chance of us hitting 1.5 degrees, not by the turn of the century, not 2050 or 40 or 30, in the next 5 years. So that is exactly where we are. And that is why we should all be very scared and very worried, because everything we love, this life of ours, this technology, all these possibilities will simply wither away if we do not take this seriously and if we do not act. Now, is it all a story of doom and gloom? No, not really. It is within our abilities to be the geniuses we can be. And since we are talking to a community of educators and researchers and students here, I mean, this is where hope lies, because this is the community that can actually make a difference. And nothing is beyond human imagination, human ingenuity. We really can do what it takes to change the paradigm. We're talking about sustainable development here. There are certain goals and the 169 targets to be achieved by 2030 in the next 10 years. There are also the climate goals. If climate goals are not achieved, whatever we do for the SDGs will be pretty much for nothing. And someone wise once said that the road to nothing is paved with great conversations. And that's what we've been having for 30 years now on a variety of subjects, predominantly climate change. And if you talk to the critics, they will tell you that we have achieved precious little. We keep talking, every year we meet, great conversations, but all ends up with nothing. Nothing as in the kind of action that the planet needs to see. And that is why the efforts of UTA and the RCE are so significantly important for humanity, not the planet. I want to make it very clear that when we talk about saving Mother Nature, we're being naive. When we talk about saving the planet, we're being presumptuous. Those that need saving is us, the humans, because nature will go on. The planet has been here for billions of years. The planet will be fine. Now they're talking about the sixth extinction, and we will be the species that suffers the most. Of course, thanks to our behavior, other species will also suffer. They are indeed suffering. The Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity tells us that we run the risk of imminent risk of losing about 1 million of the 8 million species that inhabit the planet. So the risk is really serious and grave to other species as well, not just us. But since we have appropriated all natural resources to ourselves and put ourselves at the top of the species pyramid, we will suffer the most. And then that needs no emphasis. Those in the audience already understand that. Now, is that a solution? Can education for sustainable development help? Of course it can. Let's consider a simple idea that I have been discussing with a few of the presidents of different universities. Can, let's say, 500 universities come together and decide what would it take for their respective universities to become sustainable by building a coalition of researchers, faculty, students within their own universities, looking at everything threadbare. How do we get to net zero? How do we become a net zero university? And then together we aggregate all the action, produce maybe $1 billion bond that would finance all of that, because we know without a shade of doubt that actually all action pertaining to sustainability eventually produces returns in economic terms, not in terms of the damage avoided or helping Mother Nature and all those things, but in real brown economy terms. For example, if you are using a tungsten filament lamp, which uses 100 watt of electricity, if you switch to LED, 15 watts will do. So there you are. You straight away saved 85 watts every hour that you use the bulb. And same with water, same with waste disposal, same with printing with paper. So there are 1,000 different ways a university actually can get to net zero. And what does it do? These 500 universities would have then perhaps produced a template that universities the world over can emulate, can replicate. And then, because these universities will be doing it through a coalition of the knowledgeable, the well-informed, and the willing, the young students, then you are actually unleashing millions of climate warriors on the planet who take the message of education for sustainable development not in words but also in action across the planet. I think that will be a phenomenal thing to attempt and achieve over the next few years. A few universities coming together and producing the results by walking the talk, and showing the rest of the world that it is indeed possible not just to be sustainable as an institution, but also inspire and fire the imagination of young people whose future it is that we are talking about this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satya. We have 10 minutes for any questions if anybody has any questions.
And again, if you do have any questions, please use the hand raise feature in the top right corner. That will let us flag you to unmute your microphone.
Any questions?
Megan, it looks like there are a couple coming in through the chat, if you want to look there.
Okay. Okay.
There is a Russell.
Cuz can you read out? I can't see them.
Sure. First question from Jennifer is, does RCE North Texas have a Twitter handle, and or is there any hashtag for this summit?
No, we don't have a Twitter handle. I think that's a good idea. We do have a LinkedIn group for the RCE North Texas where if you're interested, we can add so you can get information for all the future events. But I will take this as the next step to create some social media presence for the RCE North Texas. But I am adding my Twitter handle if that helps.
And I'll go ahead and read my question. Satya, are there examples of collaborations, especially cross-sector collaborations between education and private industry or local government or nonprofit that you think are models that will achieve the progress that we need to achieve?
Sure, Gary. Well, let me cite two examples, one from Indonesia and one from India. Meghna mentioned earlier that that I was involved in some work, so the Indonesia example is telling. That there was a forest of 400,000 hectares, which is roughly 6 times the size of the country Singapore. And let me point out here that not only that forest, there are several such forests across the Southeast Asian landscape, and forests of similar or even bigger sizes in the Amazon. So these are the two large forest bodies which actually help precipitation around the world. If you look at the videos on the NOAA website, the National Atmospheric Administration and Oceanic Administration of the US government, you will see that when you see the time series videos, you'll see two beating purple hearts over these forests. The only two, if I may, on the planet. And actually, they are the ones that actually carry the color basically signifies that there's large concentrations of water in the clouds there. And then they travel around the region and actually produce most of the agricultural produces that we all enjoy and benefit from. And so the idea here was this forest was completely disintegrating, and they'd almost lost 100,000 hectares, 25% of it to plundering, illegal logging, and by using the people that live on the fringes of the forest or within the forest. So how do we build a people compact, a people and planet compact that can then solve the problem of the forest disintegrating and withering away? And so we build a partnership. So the partnership is with Michelin, the tire company. They are now raising the world's largest sustainable rubber plantation in 38,000 hectares. A partnership with the Worldwide Fund for Nature. They are running one of the world's largest conservation areas, bringing back a high carbon value forest in 50,000 hectares. And then that becomes two protective rings around the remaining 300,000 hectare forest, which will live and breathe for posterity and benefiting all of us. And all of this was done without any government subsidies, without any government money. It was basically leveraging private finance for public good through accessing the capital markets. BNP Paribas, the bank, is the partner. The asset manager is a fund called ADM Capital, debt management from Hong Kong. So, and of course, UN Environment Program, the World Agroforestry Center, lots of universities that are undertaking research, University of British Columbia, and others. So creating, if I may, a coalition of the willing that made it possible to raise money for 15 years, because forests, you can't raise money for 2 years, and it doesn't work for forests. Forests need money for a longer stretch of time. So the money we were able to raise was for 15 years at actually costs that are perhaps lower than the sovereign borrowing cost of the country Indonesia. Just by creating a positive narrative, bringing together actors, ring fencing the risk element in the investment, and then investors start taking notice and putting money. We brought the same idea to India, where in the state of Andhra Pradesh, 6 million farmers are converting to zero synthetic chemical farming, thereby not just changing their own lives and livelihoods, but that of the entire population of 50 million in that state. And mind you, Andhra Pradesh state in India is the second largest food agricultural producers exporter in the country, the kind of the breadbasket, in a sense. And of course, Punjab and others in North India are the other part where they're big on agriculture. And so if they become completely natural, imagine what it does to public health. Imagine what it does to getting rid of the endocrine disruptors that are destroying the lives of the newborns and the children, and the carcinogenic pesticides and everything, which is completely avoided in this process. The German Development Bank last year came forward of its own volition and put $300 million into this program at only 0.5% interest, which is unheard of, even for them. But they said, no, we are seeing the benefits to the ecosystem, to the climate, to the environment, to people. This is holistic, and we're going to put money into this. So the point I'm trying to make is, and there are a lot of institutions involved in this, University of Reading, Sussex, the Indian Institute of Technology. There's a lot of universities that are involved in looking at it from a lot of different aspects. The agronomy aspect, of course, and how is it that you're able to produce more without putting any chemical fertilizers? So that's a big question. A lot of these universities are asking. A lot others are asking, so when you do this, what additional incentives can you put into play? So they're talking to the big players like Walmart, Amazon, and other Whole Foods and what have you, to see if they can offtake these producers in large scale, because that will give more money to the farmers, which will then motivate others to change. And I'm so proud that as of today, they have converted about 1 million farmers already, the largest such program anywhere on the planet, all by the efforts of women farmers through self-help groups organizing themselves. And by the way, in terms of self-help groups, this is also the world's largest self-help group program with 11.5 million women enrolled. So that's how big it is. And then that's the social capital which has actually helped roll out this thing on a scale never seen before. And now many countries, Mexico, Rwanda, Indonesia, many countries are actually sending very high level delegation, even in cases cabinet level delegations, to come and spend time and see how this works. Can we replicate? Can we take it somewhere else? So there are these massive examples, and we can certainly and now we are looking at helping countries in the Caribbean. As you know, countries in the Caribbean import 95% of the food they consume, and that's not really needed. There's enough technology to actually produce everything on site, which will then reduce their carbon footprint exponentially. So there are a lot of these possibilities, but it's about building virtuous partnerships, bringing a diverse set of actors together, identifying the element of risk and plugging it in different parts. And then that's what then makes it a wonderful narrative that investors are willing to fund.
Thank you, Satya. We have one more question. This is from Valerie from North Texas Food Bank, and she asked, who is the strongest data source for climate information?
Well, there are a large number of data sources. I would strongly recommend looking at WMO. Is a very good data source. The World Resources Institute is a very good data source. The UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, they are a very good data source as well. And as well as, if you look at the whole UN spectrum, every UN agency has some data available on their websites. Like in a government, there are different ministries or different departments that carry the responsibility and the authority for gathering the data and cleaning it up and providing it to the public at large to access and research. So same with the UN. Every agency like UNESCO is doing education for sustainable development. So those data sets will be available with them. If you're looking at FAO will have massive data sets on agriculture, different kinds of agriculture, agroecology, conventional agriculture, dryland agriculture, and one could go on and on. So each agency, like UN Environment is setting up a World Environment Monitoring Center, so basically it's almost done. It will be up and running very soon. So it's called the World Environment Situation Room. So you can actually go there and get every kind of data you need, because some of the data is our own, because we produce these flagship reports, the UN Emissions Gap Report, the Production Gap Report, and all those things. So it's a lot of data that we have, and then of course, above all, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. 2,000 scientists working all the time to produce all these analysis. So they have massive data of a very good quality as well.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for your time, Satya. I know you've been traveling and jet lag, but we are very grateful for your time.
It's always a pleasure to be able to meet fellow activists. I still call myself an activist, and so anything we can do together. I was looking at a question. What are your thoughts on Biden's climate change policies thus far? I think it's fantastic. Rejoining the Paris Agreement, but that's a small part of the big picture. In terms of the big picture, what is happening is what Secretary Kerry is trying to do to pretty much reach out to everybody across the planet, and not in a way that tells people, oh, I know the answers, and here is what you should be doing. What I was super impressed in terms of his approach has been that we don't have the answers. Let's work together to find the answers that work for everybody. Now that's very respectful, and that's getting the kind of hearing that it deserves. And this is not a problem for one country to solve. If you are still in the phase of blaming others, you can certainly blame the United States and a whole bunch of other countries, the developed world, that, oh, it was all your doing. But unfortunately for us, we are way past that situation. We're at a place and time where everybody needs to act. Otherwise, everybody will suffer the consequences in the most unthinkable of ways. So it's time to come together. It's time to build the best of coalitions. It is time for all of us to put our best foot forward, and to coalesce and to act in unison. And I think that's what I'm super impressed about President Biden and Secretary Kerry.
Yeah, thank you. And that is the attempt, and that is the motivation behind the RCE North Texas, to bring everybody together, at least at a regional level, to move the needle on sustainable development for the region. So this has been very inspiring, and we are very grateful for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish you all the very best for the discussions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all for the wonderful questions. We are right on time. I would like to start with the next session presenter and welcome our esteemed speaker, Charles Hopkins. He holds the UNESCO chair in reorienting education towards sustainability at York University, also serving the UN Global Education 2030 agenda. Charles is advisor to the global network of RCEs, the Regional Centers of Expertise for Education on Sustainable Development, associated with the UN University. And he's also the co-director of the Asia Pacific Institute on ESD in Beijing, China. He has been a great mentor, a great support for RCEs across the world, especially RCE in North Texas. And it's always a pleasure to listen to him talk so passionately about education for sustainable development. So I'm very grateful for his time. Thank you, Charles. Take it away.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to share the stage with Dr. Tripathi.
Yeah.
It's indeed an honor, and congratulations on this, I guess the second anniversary, right?
Yeah. Did we just?
Oh, yeah. Well, we lost audio. Just a moment.
Charles, we lost audio. Can you try again? You were fine in the beginning, and then it went away.
Oh, okay. Try unmuting your microphone again. You should be able to.
Yeah.
There you go. Sorry about that.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Is my screen still presenting?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm seeing it anyway.
All right. Then we'll just we'll continue on then. Okay. What I would like to do is to build on what Dr. Tripathi was sort of mentioning, and then link it more into the RCEs and the idea of education for sustainable development. Now, as sorry. All right. So the first point that I wanted to make was that where it really is it's serious, and we do need to move on this. And those of us who have been working in this field for some time, even back in the 1990s, we could sort of see what is coming, and then trying to build programs to address it. Okay, yes, it is serious, but there's also opportunity. Those of us who are in the field of education realize, and especially those who are in business, I think you need to realize that these are the big issues that are not going to go away easily. These are huge issues that are going to be around a long time. And so while they are challenges, they will also shape the future of the world's economy in many ways. And in our education systems, especially in higher education and in training programs in the private sector, we would really be doing our students and our workers a disfavor if we do not address this within the context of what we're doing. Anyone who is graduating MBAs who do not understand the cost of carbon, you are not training them properly, and that goes through for pretty well all of our aspects. So let me again put this in a context. We have always been trying to work together to address the issues that a single country really cannot address. So even at the end of the Second World War, pulling together the United Nations as a place where nations themselves could come together and talk about how they can plan to work collaboratively to address giant issues. So, for instance, the whole idea of education, how we can collaboratively work. UNESCO was one of the very first of the UN agencies formed right after the Second World War, around the motto of sort of, since wars begin in the minds of men and women, it is in the minds of men and women that the defenses of peace must be constructed. And so it was the idea of using education, public awareness, training, education in that broad, formal, non-formal, informal sphere as a way of addressing global issues. And so it was that in the 1980s, mid-80s, where they saw the clash coming between the roughly 20% of the people who live in the developed world, living a very nice life, and at the same time, almost 80% of the world's population who lived in the former colonies that were set free, now called developing countries, that they wanted the same lifestyle. They wanted development. And so there was the clash between environmentalism, environmental protection, and the need to address poverty and so on. So the idea that came out of this, how do we address this in a concerted way, was the concept of sustainable development as outlined in Our Common Future, the Brundtland Report, and so on. And if you're attending this, you would know about this webinar, you know about these things, right? But embedded in it, right in the preface, Brundtland addressed the idea that we needed to engage education. But the concept, adopting the concept in 1987, that did not solve it. All that did was say, we need an action plan. We need to do things. We need to move beyond talk. And so the world's first action plan was called Agenda 21. It had 40 chapters and a whole chapter, chapter 36, addressing education, public awareness, and training. And then in getting ready for the Millennium Development Goals, this was sort of a retraction from Agenda 21, which engaged all countries. they decided to focus on the least developed countries with foreign aid and investment and try to work forward with that. They reduced it to 8 goals, one of them being education. But we realized that that was a setback. And while there was some progress, we still needed to address all countries and engage. And they had to engage in a vision that people wanted, not something that was imposed by national governments or by the UN or you know, the agreements that come out of the United Nations discussions with nations. So it was a huge campaign, went globally, not quite so much in the United States, but around the world. There was huge campaigns called The World We Want, and hundreds of thousands of people took part in visioning a sustainable future. And that went on from 2012 to 2015. That is what formed the Sustainable Development Goals. It was collaboration with the world. So we come up with those 17 goals that I think you've all seen. And what is now an extremely common image of the 17 goals, the idea, once again, education in its broadest sense, education, public awareness, and training was going to be key. A very, very aspirational goal. Now, there's two ways of looking at it. You can look at education in the singular as one of them, but just think of the image of a patchwork quilt. One patch, it helps a bit, but really you need the whole quilt. These things are all interrelated. If you look at the current COVID one, the UN has put out how each of the Sustainable Development Goals plays a role and is integral into the whole thing. So the idea then of what is the agenda that really constitutes the contribution of education to the Sustainable Development Goals, and really understanding Sustainable Development Goals is just the current implementation program. The big issue is the sustainable future itself. So the idea of ensuring an inclusive and equitable quality education for all, and lifelong learning, which really brings in that training aspects, and community development, community public awareness, and so on. And of of course, as Dr. Tripathi mentioned, each of the goals has targets and indicators. And one of the targets is the idea that of education for sustainable development being the way of moving forward, and that every citizen should have education around sustainable development and around global citizenship. So what then is really education for sustainable development? And it is, I would like to say, I was involved in the late 1980s and 1990s is writing the chapter on Agenda 21. And we had long debates. Did we want to create something like environmental education, peace education, sustainability education, and try and squeeze it into the already overloaded curriculum? And we decided totally against that. What we wanted to do was to simply use the world's education, public awareness, and training systems and put in a sustainable future as a purpose of these programs and not something separate. Now, it's fine if they do come out with educators who are really focusing on how do you talk about sustainability, and trainers and so on, learning their particular discipline. But basically, we want this holistic approach of embedding it totally right across it. But the unique thing that has come out is that the United Nations, the General Assembly, on 2 occasions in 2017 and again in 2019, reiterated that it was education for sustainable development was central to the implementation of all of the other SDGs. So UNESCO, as Dr. Tripathi mentioned, who is the lead UN agency on education for sustainable development, has come forward with a framework and now a roadmap on moving forward. And this is the one that really is targeted towards the RCEs. This is where our link really comes in. The roadmap will be launched in Berlin in May, shortly. And in it, it comes up with 5 priority action areas. So the first one is transforming learning environments. And already around the world, universities and school systems and so on are looking at how to embed the notion of sustainable development within the learning environments. The second is building the capacity of educators, because so many people need to figure out ways of how are you going to address it. Another one is advancing policy, so that it is not just sort of a passing fantasy. The fourth is empowering youth. And then fifth, accelerating local level action. This is where the RCEs, the United Nations University Program, this is at the heart of the UNESCO program. And so there's great collaboration between UNESCO, UNU, and the 179 RCEs that are around the world. Now, a word about forming the RCEs. The idea in the beginning was trying to address, in around the year 2000, the rector of the United Nations University, and I was privileged to be with him when we were discussing how sad it was that nations were into negotiation. I'll do this if you do that, and things were moving so slowly. So the idea that we come up with was how can we eliminate this negotiation and just look at, if we brought it down to the community level, where people could make their own informed decisions and move forward. So the idea was to bring together 2 main groups: the educators in the community, not just universities, schools, and so on, but the NGOs, the corporate trainers, the museums, and so on in the area, bring them together with the people who knew what are the sustainability issues facing the community now and what's largely coming in the future. Urban planners, researchers, and so on. And how could you get local, actual, real information into the hands of the educators? And so that is what was sort of behind the context. And we were looking at how this information and the goals of the RCEs aligned with the 4 areas of education for sustainable development. So the goals of the RCEs of reorienting education towards addressing sustainable development, to increase the quality of education, leaving no one behind in the area. You need an informed public to have any kind of development, let alone sustained development. How do you build the training programs, and how do you actually raise public awareness so you have an informed society that will be able to perform their civic duties and vote in an enlightened and knowledgeable way? So these align almost perfectly with the 4 major thrusts of education for sustainable development. The first being access and retention in quality education, which are targets SDG 4, but targets 1 to 6. And the second, reorienting our existing education and training systems, because it's our most educated countries that are leaving the deepest ecological footprints. And so the idea of more education as we currently have in the developed world is not the answer. We need to reorient the purpose and then figure out what does that really mean? What do we change? And then again, public awareness and training. So there is that sort of alignment. Now, when we create the RCEs and 179 of them, Canada, there are 6 up here in Canada. I'm speaking to you from Toronto. The United States has 10. And Mexico 2, and scattered around Latin America, there are 9 more. We work together in a regional collaboration and have now with Zoom and so on, we can hold our meetings. We share programs, we share our expertise and newsletters. And when something we call the global learning space is we share our research, share our publications and so on. The latest one is this one that's out from Asia. It's a multi-stakeholder approaches to education for sustainable development in local communities. Now, as Dr. Tripathi pointed out, universities are moving. The International Association of Universities, for instance, has put together a network of universities clustering around each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So they have 17 of these networks that are focusing on the contribution of higher education. Higher education is so important because globally speaking, between 6 and 7% of the world's population gets to go to higher education. But they will become largely the shapers of the world, whether it's through the private sector, the public sector, through the leaders in faith-based groups, in culture, the philosophers, the writers, the poets, and so on. So it is really a target group. And universities understand their responsibility. My university, at York University, here in Toronto, has wrapped the SDGs all around all of our strategic planning. So we refer to it as a whole institution approach. It's not only what we teach, it's what we research, it's about our community service. It's about looking at the university. Our university is 55,000. That's the size of a small town. But our university can be seen as a living laboratory. We can measure the changes in water consumption. We can look at experiments in eco-efficiency and so on and turn it back. So universities are extremely important, but they are, and while they're at the heart of the RCEs, because the idea came out of the United Nations University, the university in itself can't do much. What we need to do is to build the university and civil society, its networks, all of these other institutions. Where does the university get accurate information in a local context? Because that is what is really going to make the difference. So one of the things we've learned, and I'm glad Dr. Tripathi mentioned climate change, because climate change has informed us of ways of looking at sustainability issues. The first being prevention. We see what is coming and can identify, how do we prevent? The second then being mitigation. How do we minimize the impact of what is going to happen? And thirdly, adoption. How do we start early on to realize how do we adapt to the reality? How are we going to prepare our farmers who, because of climate change, for instance, are going to have to buy new machinery, plant different crops, the growing season is shifting, opportunities are changing, and so on. So we can take that, whether these three, whether it is migration of humans, as we are going to see as more and more of the planet becomes uninhabitable, we need to do that. If we look at the range of implementing education for sustainable development and so on in the formal education sector, in K through 12 and on into universities, we see the different ways of embedding it. And you will see that, unfortunately, the first step that in far too many is to ignore it and say, I'm sorry, we're focusing on math and language scores, which is, it's important. But math and language is not the purpose of education. These are tools, and we need them to be as sharp and know how to use them, but it's not the purpose of education systems. At any rate, moving from ignoring to events and clubs and so on, then on up into teaching about sustainable development, but then eventually making the shift, education for sustainable development. And then at the height, it's not only the school systems, but the entire community, and hence the idea of the regional centers of expertise being so important. In closing, let me talk about a neat story that again came out of India. I thought this would be useful, Magna. We all know of the ecological footprint. It's an idea that came out of the University of British Columbia, and a number of years ago, an economist, Dr. Bill Rees and his grad student came up with the idea of the ecological footprint. And now, I guess it's 7 years ago, in Hyderabad, a little girl in grade 4, the grade 4 teacher was talking about the ecological footprint. And of course, these children in a poor area didn't have much, their footprint was not that deep. But at any rate, the little girl said to the teacher, but I have hands. I can do something about my footprint. And the teacher recognized something about the metaphor. And so she had the kids do the handprints. And she took that concept of the ecological handprint linked to the ecological footprint. And she took that to a big non-government organization called the Center for Environmental Education in India. The NGO took that idea, originated in the school, partnered in the community, and went to the government, to the Ministry of Environment. And with funding, they have launched what is now global, sort of the concept of the ecological handprint. 3 days ago, the Foundation for Environmental Education in Denmark, which runs the largest eco-school network in the world, have now linked the idea of the ecological handprint to the Sustainable Development Goals. It is the idea that from local, small ideas, great ideas around the Sustainable Development Goals will emanate. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here and to be with you today. I really wish you well for the rest of the day. The other presenters look really exciting. I'm looking forward to it. And congratulations again to RCE North Texas. Thanks, Magna.
Thank you so much, Jack. Thank you so much for your time. We are very grateful. We are right on time, so we'll take a quick 10 minutes break and come back here to start the first panel discussion at 9:45. Please take a moment to fill out the survey that I'll post in the chat window, and it's available throughout the day. I guess we'll go in the order as it's listed on the website, so Valerie can go first for the presentation.
Yes. I was going to introduce Valerie first.
Yeah. I just want to make sure she was she had the presenter access and her files.
I'm here. You can start whenever you want to, Stephanie.
Yeah.
I'll wait for Magna to go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad so far we are on time, right to the minute. We can get started, Stephanie.
Sure. Yes. Hello, everyone. So I know it's still early on, but I just have to say this is a great summit so far. So did everyone, I hope, got another cup of coffee? All the guests and participants here, are you ready for the next session? So feel free. I'm going to be watching the chat. Give an enthusiastic like yes in the chat if you'd like. So I'm Stephanie Bird. I work for a company called Schneider Electric. It is over 180 plus years old, and its purpose is to empower everyone to make the most of their energy and their resources. So I'm going to flip just a quick website link in the chat since I didn't prepare any formal slides here. We believe that electricity is an important vehicle for decarbonization, and we do have a history of partnering with the UN and its sustainable development goals. And I just listened to Charles. He led us through this history of the development of the SDGs, which I found very interesting, and particularly how it was such a collaborative effort. So now it's just time to dive deeper into the specific SDGs with this panel. And we're going to start with number 3, which is good health and well-being. So what a relevant SDG during this time, right? Everyone here is sitting on their computers instead of a conference room because we're going through this very global health crisis. So staying healthy and mentally well throughout this past year, I know personally, and for a lot of other people's, has been very tough. And in addition to that, there's also deeper systemic health and well-being issues like food insecurity and pollution, and just even a basic understanding of what's happening within our own bodies. We don't normally have that visibility. So in the spirit of bridging silos, we're going to kick off a discussion now between 3 different sectors. We've got nonprofit, industry, and higher education. So each speaker here will share their stories before we do an open dialogue and Q&A. So again, please put any questions in the chat as we go along. And we hope to have a really interesting discussion after each person shares their story. So I'd like to start and introduce Valerie Hawthorne, who is the Government Relations Director for the North Texas Food Bank. And I think it's wonderful that she brings a science mentality to her advocacy role, because I think it's something that policymakers need exposure to on a regular basis. She serves as a subject matter expert on food security and policy, and she gives testimony at all levels of government and advises our elected officials on the impacts of their policy decisions. And by the way, she's also a triathlete, and she has 12-year-old twins. So, wow. I've had the pleasure of hearing Valerie speak before, and I'm happy now to turn over the discussion to her. Go ahead, Valerie.
Thank you. I'm busy and tired all the time. That's just how it happens. But the last time I spoke, I think I made Meghna cry. So this time, I hope that it's more of an inspirational talk. We're at a different place than we were a year ago. So I hope to kind of bring about where we're going with food and food security. I'm going to go ahead and shut off my camera so that I don't have a bandwidth issue here. And I'm also setting my timer because I know we've only got 10 to 15 minutes to cover some pretty deep subjects. Let's start. Okay, so I want to talk today about the future of food banking, but I can't really do that without giving quite a quick introduction about what exactly food banking is. And I'll do that after I highlight what I want everyone to get out of the talk today. This is more of an academic crowd, which is my favorite crowd to speak to, because we can talk about more of a deeper level of what hunger is, why it matters, and what are some solutions to it. So today I want to stimulate your thoughts. I'm not going to lecture you on what the food bank is doing on a day-to-day basis. This is more of a future look of where we want to go and where we want to be. And I also want to talk about how without appropriate nutrition, SDG 3 cannot be reached. There at the bottom, I have 1, 2, and 3. And we know that all of these play together in order to create less hunger in the world, which will then translate into better health and well-being. I want you to understand that hunger is complex. And I want you to understand what the fundamental positions and challenges are to us that are in this space. I want you to understand there is no single root cause to hunger, and that we can actually use food as a currency and a resource to us. to help solve the problem. So how do I describe the North Texas Food Bank in just one slide? It's pretty easy. We receive and we aggregate food from the retail and community donations. So these are our grocery stores as well as our local food drives. We gather that food. We also receive food from government programs, and then there's the food that we purchase. So we gather up all of that food, and then we distribute it out through our network of partners throughout the 13 counties that we serve in North Texas. And then right now we're pushing out about 2 to 3 million pounds of food each week. And that just kind of gives you the scale of how large a food bank is. So don't think of a food bank as your local food pantry down the street. We are kind of that umbrella that is helping food pantries do the good work on the ground, and the power is within our network. Each one of those dots on the map, it represents an agency that we are working with to get food into their door so that they can either help serve the community through food directly, or they can serve the community through food and other access points, which is what I'm going to talk about a little bit later. I guess it's a slide and a half, so I just wanted you to understand also that food banks reach all over Texas. So every county in Texas is covered by a food bank. We're the red up there, and all 21 food banks in Texas, we are doing a much better job. This will be my 8th year as a food banker, and we are doing a much better job now of truly working together, looking at ways that we can not just get food from one place to the other, but we can really make a difference so that maybe we don't have to do that anymore. A brief history, and please know that I have about 13 slides all leading up to a final slide. So I'm giving you a lot of background and food for thought because I want your minds to start getting stimulated on how to help answer the question on the final slide. So food banks, what was and what will be. When food banks first started, the focus was very heavy on pounds. How can we push out the most food to the most people as quickly in almost a one-size-fits-all type way? Everything was governed by pounds. Where you got grouped was governed by pounds. And then I would say probably about 15 years ago, 10 years ago, the focus then became on nutrition. How do we get the right foods out to people so that it's not just whatever we're rescuing or whatever comes in the door we shove out. This is a more concentrated effort because we know that nourished communities are thriving communities. So let's make sure that the food that is leaving our building, we are doing our part to make sure it's nutritious food that is getting into our communities. And now I would say probably in the past 10 years, there's been another shift, and this is that we need to focus more on strategy. Food banks have an incredible resource. So how can we use the right foods to the right place at the right time as a resource to assist systems change? The North Texas Food Bank, we are embarking upon this. I am so excited about what's coming down the pipeline, and there's a few other food banks out there that have been doing this work. There's some pretty interesting studies if you're interested in looking those up. I have a few mentions at the end. So to first start addressing that, I wanted to ask this question: what is this? It's been labeled a few things. These are food distributions that are going on en masse all over the country when COVID hit. So is it heroic? Is it representing what the true need is out there? What exactly is this? And for all the good that it is and all of the pride that I have that food banks were able to rally to get food into communities, the true answer about what this is, it's a system failure. This should not happen, period. There should have been systems in place, processes in place, or ways for folks to access food in a more dignified manner than sitting in a car in a parking lot for hours to get food that they may or may not need or like for their family, doesn't meet their dietary needs, put into the trunk of their car. But it's what was necessary and what had to be done because those systems were broken. So in SDG 3, I think most of us that are in kind of the nonprofit basic needs space all agree that it is kind of the central goal and point that we want to be. It allows all of the good work that is going on to help influence the final outcome, which is that we are going to have a healthy lifestyle, we're going to have a safe lifestyle, and that this can be replicated all across the US. But it needs a systems approach. There is no one magic bullet that's going to get us there. So here are a few fundamentals that I want to talk about. What exactly is food insecurity? It's a term I think that is used too loosely, actually, but it is measurable, and it's measured by the USDA and a few other entities. But you have to look at food security as what is going on in a household at a certain point in time. Know that in this triangle, the bottom two, the orange and the red, that is the group that we call food insecure. These are households that have had to reduce the quality, the variability, and even the quantity of the food that they're taking because of typically financial means. They're unable to get food into their house because they're lacking resources to do so. Very low food security is something that is starting to be measured more closely due to COVID, because we are finding homes in the US that were in desperate actual hunger. I always say that I want to make sure to pay respects to many of our global cities and global countries that are suffering from true hunger. This is famine. There is nothing in sight, versus what we typically have in the United States, which is more of an access problem or very poor nutrition resulting in that hunger. I did want to make note of the yellow there, households that had problems or anxiety at times about accessing adequate food. I think what actually this cold snap did here in Texas is it allowed foods that have always been in the green, they've never had to think about where food was going to come from. A few of them slipped into that yellow area for a couple of days. And though that was also a systems failure, it did allow for more empathy. And I can't tell you the number of people I've talked to that said, for the first time in my life, I understood the anxiety and the fear of, how am I going to feed my kids? I can't get to the grocery store. My car can't make it to the grocery store. It's not safe. The grocery store is closed. There's no food at the grocery store. So though there is no real good that came out of that storm, the silver lining is that it did allow for that empathy. So here's another fundamental. This just recently came out, like last week. We're looking at the projections of what food insecurity looks like. You can obviously see the COVID spike right there. And then you can see the 2007 and 2008 housing crisis. The projections that are coming out are showing that the food insecurity rate actually didn't meet what happened in 2007 and 2008, which left a lot of people scratching their heads because it was the worst that many had ever seen. And the answer that's coming out of it is that there were resources available to people. So their food security was put into place because food banks were working, food pantries were working, government programs, stimulus checks, those helped protect those families against a heightened food insecurity, which is all good news because it was not looking very good at the very onset of COVID, but we know that it did work. So I want to talk about the fundamental challenges in solving hunger. So all of that was background to kind of set up what we are facing, and I try to do this in 5 minutes. So the fundamental challenges are, food banking started as need food, give food. We have some food, we need to give the food. But then people consume the food, which means they need the food, they give the food, they consume the food. So why aren't we ending hunger? Well, it turns out hunger actually has nothing to do with food. Hunger has something to do with what is going on inside of a household, what is happening to the finances, what is going on inside of the house, where are they located, do they have any support systems, what jobs are available in their area. So maybe we need to start looking at those problems first before we totally focus on this dumping food into communities and hoping that solves the hunger problem. So the positions that I want everyone to understand is that hunger is not acceptable, period. This is a problem with working. We can't solve hunger by only giving people food. The data on hunger can only represent a snapshot in time. So know that when you're looking at numbers, you are looking at a very snapshot in time. So don't be too careful to speak in absolutes about hunger, particularly in a specific community. and that diet-related diseases impact the quality of life. Here in Dallas, if you're in 75215, your age, your mortality age is 25 years shorter than if you're living in 75204. Those are measurable. This comes from the Parkland Community Study, and that shouldn't be acceptable. We do know that diet-related diseases, cancer, heart disease, all of those are motivated by the diet that you are taking in. Also understand that most people that are working on the hunger problem, they're not actually hungry. So it's very easy to oversimplify a problem. There's a lot of good-natured people and good works that are going on out there. But unless you are in depth in those communities, you may not be the best, that may not be the best idea. So that is why the power of a network and partnerships really come in. And understand that food is a necessity, but it also can be used as a resource. And food banks, we're really good at acquiring and distributing that resource. And the next challenge we have is what is right. So you have to figure out where your community and where you yourself, if you want to work on this problem, where do you believe that food should fall into our system? So if you're more of that social Darwinist theory, well, then you're going to focus on getting people jobs, getting them on their feet, and so that they can use all of their purchasing power to go buy that food. If you're more of the zealous altruism perspective, then food should be free and it should be available to everybody, and communities should be able to distribute that resource. So I find it difficult when I am talking to groups, different groups, is that they have a different theory on what should be provided to that community. Should it be open access free food that is just a normal basic right in that neighborhood? Or should it be, we need to have more access to jobs because there shouldn't be any handouts whatsoever. People should be able to survive on their own. And the last challenge I wanted to present is that one size does not fix all in hunger. If you look, you have to look at individual points of access to help address the hunger problem. If you are on the far left-hand side, this could be our elderly and disabled population. It doesn't matter how many job resources you try to put into a community to solve a hunger problem, that's not going to help the specific population. If you are talking about rural hunger, it may be that they live miles and miles away from grocery stores, but they don't have a reliable car to get there. Or they may have their own farm, and so food is not a problem for them, but paper towels don't grow on the ground. So where can we provide more access points to help those families that are food sufficient but need more additional help? That the three middle in there, these are the hardest problems to work. These are urban food deserts. This is where a lot of resources go to and a lot of conversation happens. But not all food deserts are alike. There are some that have plenty of food, but it's either low nutritious food or there's no transportation, so folks can't get to the grocery stores they need to go to. Or you have a high transportation area, but they don't have the income to spend at the stores. Or there's a few urban food deserts here in Dallas that they are food sufficient. They are communities that are thriving through the farming process and are doing good works on the ground. But like I said, you can't grow paper towels. So how can we help get them additional resources to support what's going on in their community? And then on the far right there, we have a disaster crisis situation, which can affect anyone at anywhere at any time. And I think that we've seen our fair share of that, at least in the last 4 years. That one, the urban high food access, most of the time, that's a time issue. Eating healthy, nutritious food, fresh foods, it's a lot of time. So I think all of us that have made healthy food at home, we know that the prep time, you got to go to the store, refrigerators are small. How can we keep that produce fresh? It's a high turnover. So how can we get those communities eating more nutritious in a way that works for them? So this is my second to last slide. These are some things that are too large to tackle right now, but we need good minds on it, on how do we tackle this. So the cost of living, wages and cost of living. You know, when I talk to groups, typically the first response that I get of how do you think that you can help food insecure communities? I typically hear food or financial literacy, and it's nails on a chalkboard to me because it typically means I believe that you are not being responsible with your money, and I would like to teach you how to be responsible for your money. So it's more of a behavior issue instead of looking at the system that the person was put into. So I was speaking to a community member, and I jotted down this quote when I got back to my car, because she said, you know, I hate it when people tell me I need financial literacy. I'm not illiterate. It doesn't take a course to tell me that my paycheck minus my bills is a negative number. And she said that she commonly would go into these places. They're like, oh, we would like to sign you up for this financial literacy course. And she's like, oh, well, that's great. Like, are you going to teach me how to randomly generate some more money, or reduce the cost of my rent, or make my car insurance payment not as high, or give my kids a scholarship? Like, I'm fully fluent in all of this. So I think that unless we address living wages and the high cost of living, especially here in Dallas, we're not going to tackle this. Also, attacking attitudes. It's another issue that many of us in basic need organizations face. So this is a famous quote, unfortunately famous, from a woman in Frisco, and she made national news in it. They were talking about some affordable housing coming into her neighborhood, and her quote was, the lifestyle that goes with Section 8 is usually working single moms or people who are struggling to keep their heads above water. And I feel so bad saying that, but it's just not people who are in the same class as us. So I think that those that are unable to look at the system that people are trapped in the cycle of poverty, they fail to recognize that there are so many factors that are going against our communities, and they see their problems as all self-driven. Some are, obviously, but for the vast majority of our communities, it is something that we need to help get those communities out by empowering the communities to do it themselves. And the other thing that's really hard to change is our history. So Dallas, there's a map of Dallas there. Dallas is a very unique city. I've lived in, this will be my 10th city that I've lived in, and Dallas is so unique in the fact that it is the most segregated city that I've ever lived in. There, the red marks the Caucasian white population, the blue marks the Black African American population, and then the green is our Latinx communities. There's such a distinct boundary difference of the highest populations in those census tracts. And overall, it's a problem with inclusion, because overall inclusion occurs when a place overcomes economic distress in a way that provides opportunity for all residents, especially those that have been historically excluded, to benefit and contribute to economic prosperity. And when a recent study by the cities was done, Dallas ranks 274th out of 274 cities for overall inclusion. This is a massive challenge that no food pantry can tackle, but we do hope that we have some great minds out there working on that. So here's the final slide. We can use food as a resource, and by we, I mean food banks and our partner agencies, and we're really good at it. So how can we use food to help bring about all the changes out there that are going to empower a community to break out of the systems that have failed them? So we can set up school pantries to improve graduation rates. We know that graduation rates ultimately start a domino effect into further education and life and job possibilities. Can we tie attendance to getting X amount of food every week home to a family? We know that we can use food to prevent disease. I'm really excited about a partnership with a hospital that our CPR, it's a community team, is working on right now that is going to implement this in the future. How can we write prescriptive diets for our communities? Members that are going to the hospital, they're there anyway. Maybe we can write them a prescription for healthy food, and they can then take that home. There was a trial done by food banks that gave food to participants that would come in to get their A1C levels checked for diabetes type 2. And it showed that the A1C levels drastically improved over time because people were receiving the right foods at the right time. So that is just a great example of the power of food. We know that we can use food to increase living wage jobs. This is typically at our community colleges or trade schools. So if you're going to trade school and you're enrolled full-time, how can we make sure to take food off of your mind so that you can complete that course, get your certificates, and move into a higher paying job? And how can we also use food to improve after-school programming or nutrition for life? The pictures there are from an after-school program at the high school level that taught technology as well as dance and the arts and everything. And as long as you participated in this, your family would receive 100 pounds of food a week. So I think that as we look to the future, we need all of your minds on this. How can we use this great resource of food to motivate other organizations that are working on root cause solutions to hunger to make a vast impact in their communities? I have this slide intentionally left blank because I need your ideas. We all need your ideas. This is the only way we can have a collective impact to that. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Stephanie. And I do realize I went a bit over time, so please accept my apologies.
No worries, Valerie. So thank you so much for sharing. The challenges seem pretty huge. Thank you for leaving us with those kind of innovative examples of how we could possibly start to address and expand and scale some of those ideas. There's been quite a few people in the chat asking about how they can help. So I hope to ask you some more about that as we finish the presentation. So I'd like to turn it now over and introduce John Levenberg, who is the VP of Environment at Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway, or BNSF. And John, are you there? Are you able to present and load your slides? Okay, great.
Yes, I'm
John,
here.
Yes, John has 20 plus years of environmental experience as he's loading his slides. And he's well engaged within the environmental community, including board roles with groups like the Environmental Law Institute. So this is our chance, actually, I've gotten a sneak peek at the presentation, our chance to really geek out at some really revolutionary technology that's going to lead to cleaner, healthier air for all of us. So welcome, John, the floor is yours.
Great. And can everybody hear me okay and see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Great. All right. Yes, thanks for inviting me here, Meghna and Stephanie. A perfect tee up for me. Your opening comments, you talked about electricity being important for decarbonization, and that's going to basically be the focus of my presentation. I also appreciate, Valerie, your presentation. I love the way you structured your presentation. You talked about principles and root causes and solutions for unique challenges. I think that's a terrific framework for solving problems. So I'm going to, as I go through my presentation, I'm going to go ahead and go to my first slide here, the agenda slide. So part of what electrification provides is a pathway to decarbonization, and it also provides zero emissions from vehicles. So that's a key in improving health outcomes at any place where there's vehicles operating, including locomotives. So the overview of my presentation, I'm going to give you a quick overview of BNSF Railway, where we operate. I'll talk about some of the opportunities and challenges of batteries and electrification, and then I'm going to give you an overview of an initiative that I'm the executive sponsor for. So just a quick overview of BNSF Railway. We're a wholly owned subsidiary of Berkshire Hathaway. We have 34,000 employees, 8,000 locomotives. You can see the numbers here. One of the things I wanted to highlight about rail, some of you may have seen the Biden administration comments on rail. Very strong advocacy. Part of the advocacy is rail is the low carbon transport solution. Steel wheels on steel rail with a diesel electric locomotive provides triple the efficiency of trucks. So that means when our customers are shifting freight from trucks to rail, they're cutting their emissions by 2/3. So this map shows an overview of our rail network. You can see we largely operate from the Mississippi River west. We have 32,500 route miles in those states and 3 Canadian provinces. So we own 25,000 miles of that. The rest we have trackage rights, and you can see some of the details. At the bottom here, we have 25 intermodal facilities. So what does that mean? An intermodal facility is a facility that takes trailers and trucks and moves them back and forth between trucks and trains. So over half of our total volume are consumer products that move on through those intermodal facilities. All right, so let me shift over to some basics. And very helpful for me, if you've listened to some of the podcasts with Elon Musk, and he talks about innovation in this battery and electrification space a lot. One of the things he urges you to do when you innovate is to start with first principles. So I think given that we have a school group here, I wanted to start with some first principles, which is specifically, what are we trying to do with energy? We're trying to make energy. We're trying to transfer it. We're going to store it, and then we're going to transform it to work. So let me give you an example of each of those core principles and how it works with an internal combustion engine. So many of you probably have a gasoline car. So you take liquid fuels that are refined, so liquid energy, you put it into your gas tank. That takes a few minutes. It then goes into your engine. You're combusting the fuel in an internal combustion engine that's producing work. And then you have combustion byproducts coming out of your tailpipe. In a battery electric system, you're now charging your battery. So you're plugging it in, and that takes roughly hours. You're using the electricity to power typically an electric motor, and you don't have any local emissions. You do have the emissions from the power plant that are going to make the electricity, but you don't have any local emissions. So here's the key challenges for battery electric. So first of all, it takes more time for that energy transfer. So in my family, we have both an internal combustion vehicle and a battery electric vehicle. It takes 5 minutes or so to fuel up the car, and it takes about 5 hours to charge the car. So obviously you need to address the speed of that energy transfer. The other issue is you need more space. Typically for the batteries that are in an electric car, you need about 25 times more space for the same amount of energy as liquid fuels. The other challenge is cost for electricity is variable. When you're paying your utility rates, electricity can vary by, there are time of day charges, and there's something called demand charges when they don't want you to basically increase super high charging rates at one time. You get charged for that. The good news is that electric motor systems have roughly triple the efficiency of an internal combustion engine. So for 1/3 of the work, 1/3 of the energy, you get the same work. There's also less maintenance for those systems. All right. So let me pivot over to an example, what BNSF is working on right now. And again, focus here is to try and shift from less diesel electric locomotives, which I'm going to describe we have, to move to more battery electric locomotives. So what we want to do is we want to leverage that battery electric efficiencies to create a sustainability win-win. We want to have both a lower total cost of ownership and achieve that zero emission benefits. So the projects we're working on are locomotives, rail yards, and also on-site power and battery energy storage. So what's going on right now in the industry is battery energy density is increasing very rapidly and prices are dropping quickly. So a great opportunity to improve efficiency. But what ends up happening for locomotives is it's very route dependent on how much efficiency. Batteries, one of the great things about battery electric systems is when you're going downhill or when you're stopping, there's regenerative braking that creates free energy that goes back into the battery. So it actually improves your efficiency. So for us, we need to make sure that it operates safely, that it's a good operational fit, and we get a reasonable return on investment. Okay, so let me just start with some battery 101. So in your car, in most cars, you have a lead acid battery. These are the energy density in that battery. You get about 1% of the energy per volume that you do in a gallon of diesel. Lithium ion is the kind of batteries that you have in your phone and also in electric cars. And the volume is about 25 times larger than the energy for diesel. These last two are really technologies under development. Solid state batteries, if you think about the transition of the computer industry from diodes into solid state chemistry, the same thing is potentially going to happen here with batteries. We're going to go from the current liquid batteries, lead acid and lithium ion, to a solid state. Once you get to a solid state, we've got double the energy density, longer life, and faster charging. All right, so just one slide here on what we're doing in intermodal yards. We're working with a number of different manufacturers. We've got trucks in the yards, trucks that move on the roads that move containers. We've got cargo handling equipment. These are side loaders, and these are a combination of battery electric. So we've been developing these over the last 3 years and deploying them in various yards across our system where we have intermodal facilities where we're handling those containers between trucks and trailers. And these have been very successful. There's some good grant programs that help us cover the additional cost, and we are seeing triple efficiency in these systems. So we're both eliminating the emissions and lowering our operating cost where we can deploy these technologies. So let me shift over to battery electric locomotives. And so let me first start with what a locomotive is. So a locomotive has a diesel engine and an alternator that make electricity. And on the axles of the wheels are electric traction motors. So again, diesel engines make electricity that run electric traction motors on the axles. So that's why this is called, a normal locomotive is called a diesel electric system. So what we do in a battery electric system, I'm going to oversimplify it and just say we yank out the engine and the alternator and we put in batteries that basically provide energy to the traction motors. So this is a complex diagram, but let me basically explain in details how, if you're looking at an electric car or a battery electric locomotive, they all have the same systems. They start with a lithium ion cell. So if you've seen a Hershey's chocolate silver pack, that's very much what the lithium ion battery cell looks like in this Wabtec battery electric locomotive. These cells are organized in stacks. Stacks are put into modules, and then these modules are slid into these racks. And then at the bottom here is an energy management and a voltage management system. So there's a monitoring system to make sure the cells don't get too hot. You can increase the cooling and to make sure that it's operating properly. So for anybody that's an engineer on the line here, these are the kind of systems that you'd be working with in advancing battery management systems. So to describe what we've done with this battery electric locomotive operation, what we're doing, a train is pulled by multiple locomotives. And what we're doing is, this is a map of California. We're starting in the Central Valley in California on the north end in Stockton. We're running down the Central Valley and then going up a steep set of mountains up into the high desert in Barstow. So you've got traditional diesel electric locomotives sandwiching a battery electric locomotive in the middle. And there's a smart software system that works across this consist that basically operates like a hybrid. So if you think about a plug-in Prius, you drive your Prius into the garage, you plug it in to charge up your battery. It has both an internal combustion motor and an electric motor with a fuel tank and battery. And when it drives out of when you unplug it and drive out of your garage, the smart software decides whether to take energy from the battery or from the internal combustion engine. So we're doing the exact same thing as a plug-in Prius. We're plugging in the yard, and then we're unplugging, and then we've got a smart software system that decides whether you want energy to come from your diesel electric systems, your traditional locomotives, or whether you want to get electricity from your batteries in the middle locomotive. So we're doing two things. We're running this hybrid mode across this 760-mile route. And then within the yards, we're actually running purely on the battery electric locomotive. So we can get near zero emissions operation in the yard. We still have the diesel units that are idling, but these are the tests. This test is actually going on right now. We're in the last week of a 3-month test, and I'll talk about the results in the next slide. So this is the charging system that I mentioned. The charging arm here is plugged into the locomotive as it's parked. And in general, it worked pretty straightforward. It's a little clunky to plug it in, but it did work. We had a couple challenges. At one point, we lost power because the facility lost power during a storm, and we had some physical challenges. But in general, this worked. It took us between 6 to 9 hours to charge this 2.4 megawatt battery. To put it in perspective, this 2.4 megawatt battery is roughly 24 times bigger than the largest Tesla batteries. But we're obviously going to need significantly more batteries going forward, and we're currently talking about that for the next generation of development. So the overall results of the test, regenerative braking worked on this route from Stockton up to Barstow. The wayside charging worked. Our software worked. We were able to work this in the yard under the battery electric locomotive. We had some software issues that we basically worked through. We ran 14 round trips, almost 10,000 miles, and we saved 4,500 gallons of diesel fuel across that consist for an average saving of 10%. Basically, this was a successful initial pilot. This is the first time this was done for a freight locomotive, and we're basically now going to the next phase where we're going from a 2.4 megawatt locomotive. We're talking to two manufacturers about going up to 7 and 8 megawatts of power. So large enough to work in regional service, not large enough to necessarily work for our long haul units, but working within states or regional areas, definitely an opportunity. So let's see, I think I'm doing okay on time. I'm up about 10:30. I guess I'll stop there, and I think we'll take questions at the end, correct?
You're good. Yep, John, we will take some questions at the end for sure. So that was, it looks like we just got permission to extend our session, so we can ask all the questions that have been coming in. That was really amazing stuff. It makes me think about electric vehicles, and they're just kind of really starting to take off commercially, and 18-wheelers, just in kind of the concept phase, maybe a little bit here and there. So to have electric locomotives is just a huge step forward. So last but not least, let's transition. I'd like to introduce everyone to David Laurie, who is a professor at the University of Texas at Dallas. David, can you hear us? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Do you hear me?
Yes. So I want everyone on the line here to just go and read David's bio on the RCE website, because I'm not going to do it justice. All I can say in summation is he's a very distinguished scholar. He's got a background in things like computational modeling and chemistry and machine learning. So I've only recently met David, but he's already amazed me with some of the work that he's doing, and I'm eager to hear more. So David, please enlighten us.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I appreciate it. So in case I forget to mention it, I want to start at the beginning by acknowledging my colleagues and to say that everything I'm sharing today was implemented with students and by students. So the goal of what we're doing is to actually help us provide a way forward to address the challenges that we face, because it's very easy to be overwhelmed, but I don't think that's the way we want to go. We know that we affect our environment and are affected by our environment, so it makes a lot of sense to have holistic sensing to realize what the elephants in the room are when we try and address the issues to see our progress. So to try and do this, we've brought together holistic sensing for societal benefit with machine learning, because that helps us in so many areas. So we're all familiar right now with COVID. The scale of the impact is literally global. And so if you think of us in the US, we're about 500,000 people, unfortunately, that have died from it. But every year, about 7 million people die from air pollution. Yet it's something we somehow seem to accept. And the health impacts on that are very broad, from strokes and heart diseases and cancer and so on. And the sources are numerous. They can be natural, from like agricultural practices and dust storms and so on, to human impacts from transport and so on. And the range of health impacts is really very broad, from everything from general mortality, like we've just spoken about, to respiratory issues, but even to things that are really unexpected, like reproductive issues and low birth weight. And one of the areas that is probably familiar to many of us is respiratory related things, and for folks with allergic diseases. So that's due to pollution, but also due to things like airborne pollen and molds. So part of what we're trying to do is to have real-time sensing at the neighborhood scale, so appropriate decisions can be made. So for example, if the kids are exercising in a high pollution environment, they are much more likely to have an asthma incident, which is really unpleasant. It's a leading cause of absenteeism. Absenteeism is a leading cause of poor learning outcomes. It's unpleasant for the student, but also the school loses out when a child is absent in the resources, because they're paid by attendance. So it can be a win-win situation if we can have real-time decision-making that can address things like this. But it also extends to rather some surprising areas. So there's a selection of news headlines you see on the left, and on the right, a more academic journal with the similar basic message that air pollution can make us dumb. So we've been trying to set out to understand, well, how dumb is dumb? What makes us dumber than the rest? And to do this, we've been holistically bringing together many types of sensing. So just to give you an example, we looked at all emergency room admissions for an entire year when I worked at NASA Goddard. And we found that the ER admissions from unspecified schizophrenia were tracking the pollution levels even more than those due to asthma. So to help us try and address this issue, we've brought together a series of 8 sentinel types to help us comprehensively sense our environment, so we can make better decisions, track our progress, and so on. And now we're actually extending it to an 8th one, which includes the biometric sensing, which you see in the inset on the right. So these sentinel types extend from satellites and remote sensing like radars, weather radars, to autonomous robot teams, which we recently had a deployment in North Texas, so that's aerial robots, robotic boats, walking robots, ground robots that are wheeled, to an electric survey car that you can see there, and also the biometric sensing, because our body is amazing. We respond to our environment, but we don't always know how to interpret our response. So again, this was implemented with and by students. So one of these joint efforts with a very large number of students is to have a map like you see in front of us. So this was a snapshot earlier this week, which we called Shared Air DFW. So this is a partnership between the university, many community groups like Downwinders at Risk, the City of Plano, Dallas County, and we basically want this open platform. All the code is open, all the data is open, and the idea is to facilitate holistic snapshots of the current situation so we can make appropriate decisions. So what you see on here is the circles are our own sensors that we build, the squares are the EPA sensors, and you don't see too many of them, which is actually part of the point behind us doing this, and the purple air sensors as well as the pentagons. Then in addition, the black dots show the some of the key emission sources, and if you click on them, you get information about them. The background layer is satellite data, in this case from some of the European Space Agency satellites, and then also you have overlaid the winds. So we are really excited to work together in partnership, and this is done by students as part of their education in service of the community. So if you click on one of our sensors, you get a time series. Here, this one is actually in South Dallas. It was mentioned earlier about how Dallas is split up into different areas. And this particular site is surrounded by a very large number of pollution sources. And so you can see here a time series. And what distinguishes this from many of the other sensors right now, for example, the EPA ones, is this is very low latency. So instead of the data being published after about 3 hours, this is like as the data is collected. And secondly, our time resolution is a few seconds, because you can see like this pollution spike you see towards the middle of the plot there. Some of these can be transitory. So if we do long scale averages, we can easily smooth that out. But now we want to go one step further. So this term cyber physical observatory is a little uncomfortable at first. We use that because it follows a program in the National Science Foundation. And basically a cyber physical system is one where we make observations to inform better decisions. So we want to extend that. So we've already talked about a cyber physical system to a cyber physical social system. So that means we bring in the community impacts as well as the environmental context to be able to look at them together. So the way we do this is all of our sensors are basically part of smart platforms. So the sensor itself is what makes the measurement, but then it's on board a platform which is providing it power and communication. And then together the sensor and the platform forms a sentinel. And then those sentinels can be on robots, they can be on street side monitoring posts, they can be in an electric vehicle, and together they form an observatory. So one of the key parts of what we do is that they're software-defined sensors, because just like with Tesla cars, we're becoming familiar now that there can be so-called over-the-air updates, so the car now is endowed with some new capabilities. We want to do the same for our sensors. So what you see here on the left-hand side are two sensors. The one on the top is very cheap. We're talking about the sensing components less than $100. The one at the bottom is a reference sensor. In this configuration, it's something like $100,000. So what we found we can do by using machine learning, we can actually turn our El Cheapo sensor into a pseudo high-end sensor by having the software on the sensor account for changes in the environment, such as the temperature, the humidity, and the pressure. So we also do that for other types of platforms. So here is two parts of our robot team, the robotic boat, and the camera you see in the top was on an aerial vehicle. And instead of using a camera like, say, we have in our phones that takes a red, green, and blue image, here we actually take 436 images of the same scene at different wavelengths. So essentially, we have an entire spectrum at every pixel. So that means we can get information about what's in the scene, whether it's the water, the land, or the air. So again, it's an example of joining together the sensing with the machine learning to have smarter software-defined sensors, and these can have an onboard app store. So with time, we can update their capabilities. So this is an example that we did in North Texas just at the end of last year. And here we're doing a survey of this pond. And as an example, we're looking at the dissolved organic carbon in this pond, but we did the same for crude oil and so on. So this robot team went to a scene that it had never seen before. Within about 15 minutes, it learned how to interpret that scene and then could produce this large area map. And so we're hoping to extend this team to some of the other ground robots like you see, and we're already extending it for the wearable sensors and sensors on schools. So again, this was with students and by students. So the key part of these Sentinels is we combine the sensing capability with software to have a smart platform. So together, these can form an observatory, which its entire focus is on societal benefit. But then we can link this to the local social issues. For example, we can couple these spatial distributions with things like the incidence of diseases, mortality, prescriptions, absenteeism, crime statistics, diet. And so now it can become a two-way system. If we see localized high incidences of cancer, we can trigger the observations. Or if somebody reports, say, the air persistently stinks in my neighborhood, maybe we can have additional measurements there to try and figure out what it is and if it's likely to be a health hazard. So together, this cyber physical social observatory, which also can be coupled with an app store, can help us more directly address some of the issues we face and help us to make better decisions to address them. So one thing I wanted to share with you is the very small scale at which the pollution changes. So what you see here is a drive done by one of the students over a 10 by 10 kilometer square in North Texas, covering Plano and Richardson. And each of the colored circles represents an observation of airborne particulates made, and they were made every second as the car was driving. Blue is low particulates, red is high. So you see there's a very fine spatial variability, but in the inset, you also see a very fine temporal variability. So horizontally, we have time in the inset, and vertically, we have the size of the particle. And what's interesting in this distribution is we're also measuring the size fraction associated with airborne molds and pollens, which are not normally measured by the EPA. So we're really complementing the existing measurements, providing some additional capabilities at a much lower cost, but also being part of the education for the students. They're learning about very new technologies that can make them more employable and help to make a better contribution. But these same sensors that are measuring the airborne particles are also relevant to things like COVID. So you see in the top left an actual photograph of a sneeze plume. And so when we sneeze, we project little droplets at a faster speed than a baseball. And these can travel up to about 30 feet. When we speak, that goes to around 6 foot. So hence the 6 foot social distancing thing we're all familiar with now. So what's interesting is that the comprehensive observation of the composition of breath can also tell us something about health outcomes. For example, if we get infected with a virus, within about an hour, our breath composition changes as the virus hijacks our metabolism, and it leads to the change in the exhaled breath. So here you see a simulation of two people running, and the first runner is exhaling with his breath. There are a whole set of particles and droplets. Their size is shown in the color. Blue is smaller, red is higher. And you can see how the second runner behind them is really in the plume of the first runner. So the social distancing is really a good idea. So the particles we're talking about here are really can be rather small to slightly larger ones. So across the middle, you see a human hair, which is about 50 to 70 microns across. And then the little red balls you see are a schematic of the size of these small particles that we were measuring on the street level survey. So it turns out that size matters. So there's even smaller particles, which are called ultrafine particles, which actually are rather like Trojan horses. So on the surface of these particles, there can be a whole set of things, even including metals, which can get into our bodies when we inhale the air and actually even into our brain. And so hence the association perhaps with the schizophrenia we saw earlier, and also with increasing levels of Alzheimer's. So we are making the comprehensive measurements of the air together with the biometrics, combining it with machine learning to help us try and get actionable insights. So you see this gentleman here wearing our biometric kit. So every second we gather something like 20,000 parameters from this system, and then we use it to look at what's going on in the brain at the time. So here you can see a plan view of the head of an individual wearing one of these, and the various areas of the brain light up as various types of processing are occurring in their brain. So this is part of a study with bikes, so we can look at the impact of the composition of the air on our physical and cognitive performance. And finally, as I think I'm going out of time, another area of sustainability we're very excited to be working on is for using remote sensing, both from space, from our aerial vehicles, and from security cameras. So we're not recording it, it's not Big Brother watching you. But rather from the security cameras, when they have night vision, you have a wavelength where chlorophyll absorbs and one where it doesn't. So you can get very good information on the water needs of the site that we're looking at. And that's very valuable because you can also pick up on things, leaks. Like leaks. So the picture on the left was taken from space from 600 kilometers in orbit, and we could actually see on the UTD campus that there was a leak and some uneven irrigation. So we hope to be able to use this information to optimize not just the air that we were talking about, but also other aspects of the physical environment to make it more sustainable. So I think that's where I'll stop, and I'll just leave with some pictures of our robots doing their thing. And so thank you.
Okay. That's a great place to leave. I love it. So if all the panelists could turn back on their videos, I will go ahead and ask a few questions. And I'll probably point them towards certain people, but if you've got something to add, feel free to comment as well. But the one question that I think resounded through everyone's presentation was basically how to get engaged and how to get involved. So I'd like to throw it to Valerie first, because the questions came in from different perspectives. So they talked about how we've got these systemic non-food type challenges. So how do you get other people that aren't in the food industry engaged? How can higher ed specifically help? And then what about individuals that want to either go to work in this field or just support on their free time?
Okay, so very complex question, because how to get engaged and how to get involved, though they seem very similar, are a little different. I do not believe in engaging in this type of work unless you have had some sort of sympathy into it. So not just invoking empathy that food is a human right or that we really need to do something about this problem. I think that if folks really want to get engaged, head down to our areas that are in high need, especially here in Dallas. Go drive around 75216, 75217. Go see what's there, witness it firsthand, go in the grocery stores, talk to the people, and find out what is going on so that you don't have this preconceived notion of whatever I've put in your head or what anybody else has put in your head, and you can start formulating ideas that are not just the same recycled ones over and over again that tend to come from people that are not actually involved in the day-to-day struggles that are going on in our community. How to get involved is, well, hey, contact the food bank. You know, we are fabulous connectors, great collaborators, and we're able to get people joined together to work towards that common goal. And as we approach the next 5 years out from the food bank, we're going to need those folks that are subject matter experts in things outside of food and hunger to help us use that resource to better our communities and look for those root cause solutions.
I love the point about the suggestion to go out and view it personally. I love that. For John, a slightly different spin on the question was, what advice do you have for students that want to learn more about electrifications, and what topics should they explore if they're interested in everything you were describing?
Sure, yeah, and I saw one of the questions in the chat regarding specific engagement of colleges and how do you reduce pollution and carbon. So around batteries and electrification, it's really a very broad topic. We mentioned engineering, electrical engineering, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, but there's a lot of business element of this. So business majors, energy management, there's social engagement and environmental justice components. So it's really a pretty broad topic. I wouldn't discourage anybody who's got a personal interest and a passion to learn these things to do it. There is a global group called the Global Emissions Logistics Council, or excuse me, Global Logistics Emissions Council, GLEC. That's a great international group that's looking at reducing emissions across the entire supply chain. So for a particular college, electrifying your equipment on your campus, figuring out if you can put in charging equipment, you can get grants to subsidize the cost. You can actually transform your own vehicles. And then in terms of moving goods, understanding, emissions from transport can be up to 20% of the total carbon that's embedded in an individual good you're purchasing. So understanding your carbon emissions, how much transportation is involved in that, putting together your own carbon footprint, and then including that in your decision-making process. So if you're deciding how your campus is going to move products, just understanding how shifting from all truck to intermodal, a balance of modes, can reduce your footprint. Amazon is one of our bigger customers. They've set a net zero by 2040 goal that includes their transportation. So they now include that in their decision-making process. So, use your passion, drive your education, and figure out where your niche can be. That would be my suggestion to both students that are interested and to universities that are looking at reducing their own carbon emissions and emission pollution from their own equipment.
Yeah, great advice. I think we're seeing a lot more companies, a lot more pressure to go beyond your own operations and consider your supply chain and what that means for your carbon footprint. So great point. David, I think this might be the last question, but in a similar vein, you started off by thanking the students that were involved. Is there any other ways that people on this call in either higher ed or otherwise can get involved in what you're doing?
Yes, thank you. So we view our role as being in service of the larger goal. So it's not prescriptive, but rather we want to be collaborative. So all that you see in what I presented was done actually on a tiny shoestring budget. So we have minuscule resources. And so we are so grateful for the community partnerships, whether that's from community groups like Downwinders or the City of Plano, and other bodies. So the easiest way is you could support us, but if you wanted to take it the next level, You could actually be involved in building the sensors yourself. You can be involved in calibrating them, hosting them, and also as a partner, because we're always trying to build consortia to make this more relevant to society, because these are very real challenges. We live in and breathe in this environment, and it's in all of our interest to make it better. So we still would like to be a catalyst for a brighter future rather than like a doom and gloom.
Yep, I love that point too. It can be, it's optimistic. I think someone was pointing that earlier during one of the keynote speakers, is how do we share this story in an optimistic view rather than just all doom and gloom all the time. So with that, I think we're ending at our extended time limits. And I want to thank Valerie and John and David for presenting how they're contributing to everyone achieving this sustainability development goal. Magna?
Yes. Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you everyone for your time with this panel presentation. I know we got some requests for sharing your slides or PowerPoint, and so we will do whatever you think is the best way to pass that information. We'll of course provide a recording of this entire summit to everyone. Thank you so much. I think we have time for a 5-minute break, and then we start at 11 with the Sustainable Cities and Community Workshop, which is hosted by the RISE Coalition of COG. Just so you're aware, there is a separate Zoom link for that session, which I'll post in the chat window here so that everybody has access. But that workshop is hosted on a Zoom platform because we needed to get some breakout sessions. So please join us there. I'll post the link here as well. Thank you. At the University of Virginia. He's the director of the Small Infrastructure and Development Center, and his research seeks to provide sustained access to basic human services, including water and sanitation, to developing communities. So it's perfect that he's here to talk about education for sustainable development and sustainable communities, but more so, he was a member of the Committee on Strengthening Sustainability Programs and Curricula at the undergraduate and graduate levels through the Science and Technology for Sustainability program of the Board on Higher Education and Workforce at the National Academy of Sciences. And the committee a few months ago released a report of their findings, and we invited Dr. Garrick to come here and present the findings of those report so that we can have a meaningful discussion about how academic institutions and other organizations can work towards incorporating and including sustainability in the curricula, because our goal is to engage with students on education for sustainable development. So thank you so much for your time, Professor Garrick. We can see your screen. Please take it away.
Okay, thank you for that introduction, Meghna, and thank you to everyone who was here, and thank you to the University of Texas at Arlington for this really impressive and very timely and important summit on sustainability education. It is my honor. As Meghna said, I'm just going to present the results from the report on strengthening sustainability programs and curricula at the undergraduate and graduate levels, which I've just abbreviated as higher education. So today I'm going to be talking about sustainability higher education, and I'm using the acronym SHE for that. I plan to just have a brief introduction of the background for our study, the rationale for it, some key definitions, and then present some findings and the recommendations, and we'll do those in detail. I will illustrate a few case studies, and then hope we will move into discussion. And so in terms of introduction, the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, or NASEM for short, is a private non-profit institution that provides independent and objective analysis and advice to the nation. And it was chartered a long time ago in 1863, that charter signed by President Abraham Lincoln. The rationale for our study is that over the past decade, and indeed probably much longer than that, the number of sustainability programs has increased dramatically, with growth in several ways. And those programs include certificates in sustainability, minors and majors in sustainability, and graduate degrees in sustainability, both in sustainability directly by name and in sustainability by inference or reference, such as in green chemistry or in many parts of landscape architecture, and a lot of other ways in which sustainability creeps into the demand by students for this type of education. In response to that, the National Academies conducted a comprehensive study to look into opportunities for strengthening sustainability education programs for undergraduates and graduates. And the process that was used to do that is to assemble an expert committee, of which I am a member, and I will present the other members shortly. We examined the available data and hosted a series of public workshops which invited many of the stakeholders in sustainability. We summarized the research and the feedback we got from the workshops. We also reviewed relative legislation, and then, of course, we prepared a report on sustainability in programs and curricula in higher education, which is the subject of my talk today. In going to the workshops, we addressed the following issues. The first was to identify current practices and the major advances in sustainability higher education. Identify the key competencies for that education. I also identify what are the key strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and priorities for universities engaged with the Sustainable Development Goals. Foster partnerships with the stakeholders in sustainability education, whether that is academia, government, the private sector, and civil society organizations, including foundations. And then also discuss the relevant research agendas associated with the curriculum, with the content, with the pedagogy, and of course with preparing students for the jobs that are demanded that are associated with the challenges to sustainability. The scope of our project is again to examine those approaches and drivers for coherent competency and a skills-based curriculum for sustainability higher education. And that those competencies and skills should be tied or relevant to the global sort of driving force, which is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as to the needs of the public and the private sectors. I do want to say that this is a committee effort, and I want to acknowledge the teamwork of our expert committee. It was chaired by Ann Kapuczynski, who is director of the Coastal Science Program at UC Santa Cruz. We also had on the committee Erin Bromagin from the Office of the Mayor of Los Angeles, Director for Olympic and Paralympic Development. We had Professor Arun Agrawal from the University of Michigan, Natural Resources and Environment Program. Professor Christopher Boone, who is the Dean and Professor of the School of Sustainability at Arizona State University, and Professor Dorsita Taylor, who is Professor in the School of Environment at Yale University. So my thanks to my partner committee members in all the work we did together to prepare this report. I also want to acknowledge and thank the staff at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, including and especially Lida Benenson, who was in charge and directed this committee, Emi Kamayema, who was also very informative and instructive in helping to pull together the research necessary for this report, and Austin Applegate, who helped coordinate and make possible all the logistics for our workshops. I also want to thank Vaughan Tarakian, who is the director of the programs under which this particular study was conducted. So the way we went about our work was to host 3 workshops in which we solicited public input on the study. Those were held in Austin, Texas in December 2018, Washington, D.C. in February 2019, and the final workshop in Santa Cruz, California in January 2020. The staff examined the relevant research and data on workforce research and the curricular needs and sustainability. And members of the committee spoke with congressional staffers to understand the current legislative efforts on sustainability education. So we package all of those efforts into the series of findings that I'll report on today. And at the workshops, we broke out the stakeholders into 3 major groups. Those were the trainers and educators and researchers, so basically the academic stakeholders. Then we had the employers, so the private sectors and government and civic society stakeholders. And then we also included students and recent graduates for their input on the value of the education they got and its relevance to their jobs in sustainability. The key issues that sort of came out of the workshops that were stressed the most, and I highlight them here, were competences, the importance of systems thinking, the ability to cut across disciplines, so cross-cutting skills among students, familiarity and fluency with new technologies and with big data. And then we really had a lot of emphasis on the ethical dimensions of sustainability, higher education, including issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'll touch on all of these things as I go on with my talk. Some basic definitions, and I just want to put them up here so we're all on the same page. We're using the NEPA Act 1969 definition, in which we want to create and maintain conditions under which people can live in harmony with nature, while also fulfilling our social, economic, and other requirements today, and of course, for future generations. So another common definition, which I don't need to go over, is from the Our Common Future definition of sustainable development. That is meeting our needs today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And so I'm assuming, given the nature of our topic, that everyone is familiar with that. And then finally, there were multiple definitions of sustainability education, and those are summarized in the appendix of the report. But the 2 working definitions that we used in doing our work were the definition from the Wick et al. Paper, which I will cite again later. It says education that enables students to analyze and solve sustainability problems, to be anticipatory in that analysis and solution, and to prepare themselves for the future sustainability challenges, as well as creating new opportunities for sustainability. So it's not only a reactive approach to challenges, but it's also a proactive approach to create opportunities to foster sustainability. And there's a similar definition from the Green Education Foundation. That is, we're utilizing applied learning models to enable students to address problems in the real world, including the human concerns associated with environmental, economic, and social systems. So that's sort of triple bottom line of sustainability. Some of the key findings from our research, and I just want to focus on 2 for sustainability higher education. So these are frameworks. The first one is the NSF Coupled Human and Natural Systems Framework. And this is informed by complexity science, in which we acknowledge that there's non-linearity between human-environment interactions that include feedback and also unpredicted emergent behavior, that the natural and human systems are also nested and they are coupled with each other. And in addition to that, there's spatial and temporal coupling of these systems. And so I have a nice illustration on the right in that diagram taken from the 2018 NSF report. Another prominent framework that we looked at was, and this one may be familiar to others, is the social ecological systems framework, usually associated with Ostrom. And in this framework, they acknowledge that there are causal factors for observed social ecological outcomes. The focus in this framework is mostly on land, water, things that we associate with natural resources. And they are based on 4 subsystems. That is, their systems of governance, their systems of users, they're the actual resource systems, and then there are the individual units within those resource systems that enables us to track the rates of consumption relative to the rates of reconstitution or recharge. And all of this occurs in the settings that are social, that are economic, and that are political. So the policies are made that affect natural resources, and that those have economic implications, and of course, social implications. So what are some of the key recommendations and drivers that came out of it? We decided to break the recommendations down into 3 major themes. That is strengthening sustainability higher education programs at the undergraduate and graduate levels, and that's the title of the report, as well as building the academic environment for sustainability higher education. And that is across higher education institutions, all the way from community colleges to Research One universities. And then the 3rd theme was on developing the sustainability workforce, an eye to equipping students to be agents of change as they address current and future sustainability challenges. And so I want to go directly into the recommendations, and I'm going to do it a little reverse. That is, I will show the recommendations first. You don't have to read them. I highlighted the key points. And then I will go to the drivers that led to that particular recommendation. So with respect to the first theme, strengthening sustainability higher education programs, the first recommendation looked at developing the core competencies and capacities for addressing sustainability challenges. And the key drivers for that recommendation in terms of core competencies, and we referred heavily to the paper by Wick et al. On core competencies. And I list them here because they also came up significantly in the workshops. That is systems thinking competence, the ability to analyze complex systems that involve human, environment, and economic systems, the ability to project into the future from analysis occurring with present data, and that's anticipatory competence. Then the ability to use ethics and values in negotiating sustainability across multiple stakeholders in multiple communities, and that's a normative competence. And then the strategic competence is the ability to adapt, the ability to collectively, that is working across groups of people and organizations to implement sustainability challenges. Sustainability strategies. And then to make all of this possible, of course, these students have to be able to engage effectively in a participatory problem solving with other stakeholders in sustainability challenges. So these are the key drivers that drove that first recommendation for core competencies. The second recommendation under the strengthening programs was to focus on the content areas in the sustainability education programs. That has to do with the content and the pedagogy. What are the students being taught in order to prepare them for dealing with these real-world challenges? And some of the key issues that were drivers for this recommendation were the breadth and the depth of sustainability education options. And so if you want to think of breadth, you might associate it with more of a sustainability certificate in which a student gets a flavor of different aspects of sustainability across multiple departments or disciplines. And then more in-depth focused training in which students specialize in a particular area of sustainability, whether it is in architecture or sustainable design of chemical process systems. There's depth involved in that type of training. And then there's also depth in the graduate programs in sustainability. Students should be familiar with the history of sustainability, that it did not suddenly appear with the Sustainable Development Goals, or as we heard earlier this morning, even with the Millennium Development Goals, but it goes a long way back into indigenous systems and indigenous knowledge systems. The third aspect of that content was an emphasis on ethics, the ability for students to negotiate issues of social justice, the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in sustainability higher education at all levels, the recognition and incorporation of indigenous knowledge in approaching sustainability challenges, and the importance of cultural diversity in addressing sustainability issues. Other important issues were data analytics abilities, business administration abilities, and the whole regime of sustainability science. So these were the key content areas that were derived or that drove the recommendation for a focus on content and pedagogy. The third recommendation had to do with the training students to address the complex context of sustainability. And that includes being able to negotiate the complex interrelationships between organizations from different sectors. And in order to do that, it's important that students be immersed or have an exposure to experiential learning settings. And the drivers for this were that students must be able to understand sustainability in the context of basic human needs. That's something I work on. They should be able to differentiate between needs, wants, and how these relate to the carrying capacity of natural systems. And with that recognition, they should be able to translate their learning into effective action for sustainability. The experiential learning should take place, if possible, through immersion in these environments, in the business environment or private sector, in the government environment, the public sector, and in the nonprofit sector, in the civil society organizations. This could be done through internships, through student research, and through service learning, community engagement activities. I want to press on then with the second part of the recommendations, building the academic environment for sustainability higher education. And the key challenge here is because sustainability is in itself and by its nature a multidisciplinary topic or multidisciplinary issue, it must be possible within the academia, if they are to respond appropriately, they have to bridge the disciplinary silos within the academic environment. And that's not, I would say, being a faculty member, that is not something that comes naturally. And so it requires a commitment on the part of academic leaders to make this possible. And so some of the drivers for that particular recommendation on bridging silos were the need to foster interdisciplinary as an integral part of the higher education environment. That is facilitating such activities as team teaching across departments and across schools, engineering with architecture, with the social sciences, with medicine and public health. These are the types of interactions that are necessary. There should be incentives for that sort of collaborative teaching and research, and that the administrators should train educators or help them to be trained in appreciating the value and being exposed to the most effective methods of operating in this interdisciplinary domain. But in order for this to happen, it requires leadership at the high levels of the institution. The second recommendation under this team was to attract and support students with different backgrounds and lived experiences, as well as for attracting diverse faculty into the sustainability higher education effort. And in addition to that, there would be an explicit and expressed appreciation and valuation of indigenous knowledge as a driver in the sustainability higher education curricula. The drivers for this was the recognition that we are all better, research is better, design is better when we take advantage of the diverse views and diverse perspectives on the challenges of sustainable development. And so it is crucial, because of the many different communities that are affected by the challenges of the sustainable development goals, that the sustainable higher education be diverse, be equitable, and be inclusive. And so we want to be able to recruit graduates who, because the graduates will work in these diverse environments and contexts, we want them to reflect those environments and contexts. And so this puts emphasis on recruitment, on the retention, and the advancement of diverse students and faculty as well. There are multiple dimensions of support, and I must stress this, for students to succeed, especially, and I want to say it out, students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. They need economic support, they need support in terms of mental health, and they need social support, things like housing and transportation and basic things that other people take for granted, like the ability to participate in internships and externships that are far away from their homes. And then we want to be sure that we graduate those students, that we recognize, in fact, that we recognize their accomplishments, and in the case of faculty, that we promote them into leadership positions within the institutions of higher learning. The third recommendation in this second team is for the role of the federal government to include provisions for minority serving institutions, that is historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, Native American serving institutions, and women serving institutions, and others. And so these are the pathways to increase the diverse investment and participation in the effort for sustainability higher education. The second of these was the drivers for this type of federal support are already in place through the Higher Education Sustainability Act, or HESA, which was crafted in 2008 as part of the Higher Education Opportunity Act, which was left up to the Department of Education and the Environmental Protection Agency to be the main implementers. But that program was only allowed appropriated funding in 2010. So it was only 1 year. In 2019, it was reintroduced as a bill to fund the EHISA program to broaden the range of agencies involved in sustainability beyond education and EPA. And you can easily imagine for issues like climate change, you would want to include the Department of Energy. For issues like the use of natural resources, drilling, and issues like that, you might want to include the Department of the Interior and so on. And the bill also emphasizes the need to include funding for minority serving institutions in this effort. The fourth recommendation had to do with research, both to assess the effectiveness of sustainability curricula and programs, to link that effectiveness to the marketplace of sustainability jobs, to address how core competencies are changing over time so that the curricula and programs can keep abreast of those changes. And then to keep an eye on what the world will look like after the Sustainable Development Goals end in 2030. So we want to prepare students for that post-2030 agenda. The drivers for those recommendations are: one, the lack of data to really assess the effectiveness of sustainability programs and curricula, and the dire need for metrics for doing that type of evaluation. There's a need to link the education to green jobs. That is, by assessing the demands in different sectors, private, public, and civil society, for these types of students. And then looking ahead in terms of research to the evolution of the core competencies. Are these competencies converging to a small core set of competencies, or are they diverging into additional needs that we aren't meeting at the moment? So what are the implications of that evolution for sustainability higher education? And then we are still in the era of the Sustainable Development Goals, and so we want to enable students to participate in that program today, but be prepared for the life and world after the SDGs are over in 2030. And then the final theme, developing a sustainability workforce. We want to essentially create students, graduates, who are agents of change. They should be able to design, implement, and lead change towards a sustainable world. And they should be fluent in translating their knowledge into effective action to meet those challenges at the local level, the regional, the national, and the global level. Some of the drivers that we identified for this recommendation are the ability to initiate, manage, and implement change based on informed and experienced work. The students should be informed and they should be experienced in working with the many different ways and complexities of sustainability challenges. This should happen while they are in school and prepare them to use those skills, those cross-cutting skills in their careers across different sectors based on the demands in those sectors. It involves multiple disciplines, so students should have the opportunity to get both the breadth and depth of training and sustainability. And we also want to be able to harness the very vibrant student enthusiasm for change. They want to change the world, and we should equip them to be able to do that by providing them with majors, minors, certificates, graduate study in sustainability. The second recommendation for that third theme is a focus on professional societies and the roles they can play in fostering sustainability higher education, in providing a forum for convening the different stakeholders, for building partnerships across those stakeholders, for offering to their professional memberships and members formalized training and mentorship of students, for providing models for assessing sustainability education programs, especially in terms of their relevance to the professions. And then finally, in analyzing the employment sector for sustainability-focused jobs. And these recommendations were driven by these sort of aspects of professional societies, the ability to enhance collaboration, and if we do get to that point, the ability to foster or promote or facilitate accreditation of sustainability higher education programs. And I have some more to say about that. Right? So convening is, again, across academia, industry, government, civil society, and also with an eye to the international aspects of sustainability and sustainability higher education. A focus on setting standards and parameters for program evaluation, especially facilitating data collection across the different stakeholders. And then their role as possible facilitators of accreditation for sustainability higher education program. Though I have to say that this was met with much discussion in the workshops, and in the end there was no consensus among either the stakeholders or in the committee on whether this accreditation was appropriate, whether it would be an incentive or whether it would be a barrier to entry for new higher education institutions willing to offer sustainability training to their students. And so in the end, it was a compromise saying that there should be an option for voluntary, flexible accreditation, which needs to be explored further. So that's the background. I do want to leave time for some discussion. Here are some illustrations. We looked into the Higher Education Sustainability Act. We reached out to congressional staffers, and staffers for Representative Sheldon Whitehouse from Rhode Island explained to us the push for reauthorizing the Sustainability Higher Education Act. And so that, like I mentioned earlier, sought to, one, provide sustained funding for the program, two, provide engagement opportunities for minority serving institutions. We also looked into some of the more well-known frameworks for sustainability, and I just highlight a couple here, taken from the Stockholm Resilience Center and the more popular donut model for sustainability. These have emerged since the Sustainable Development Goals, and they all deal with, planetary limits and planetary boundaries. So if you think of the Chan models for education and the Ostrom model that I presented earlier, these are complementary models that look specifically at sustainability. And I think this is a nice way to represent it, that we have planetary boundaries, we have social boundaries, and in between those boundaries, where we can institute change for sustainability. Above the planetary boundaries, we are unsafe pathways, and we know that we're certainly in that direction with respect to the climate. And below the social boundaries, we have unjust pathways, inequitable pathways, and we also have that in many cases where small island developing states don't contribute much to climate change or sea level rise, but they do unfairly bear the burden of those changes. So we all are familiar with the goals, and I would say, just from my opinion, that we have cross-cutting directly the goals 4, quality education, goal 8, related to jobs, green jobs, goal 11, a look at sustainable communities, and goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and we are focused on institutions of higher education, and then partnerships across sectors, academia, the public sector, the private sector, civic society, and of course, communities. So a couple examples in terms of bridging academic silos. We looked at this program at the Sustainability Badge program at University of California, Merced. It's an interdisciplinary curriculum with majors, minors, graduation requirements, and they use their campus. We heard someone mention this before in the first speaker. They use the campus as a living lab for sustainability. And they are creating new institutional units specifically focused on sustainability. So that would be one example. Another is at the University of Maine and the Senator George Mitchell Center for Sustainability Solutions, which cuts across all these different aspects of sustainability, from forestry and agriculture, climate and energy, to cooperation science for participating and engaging with different stakeholders. And where would we be without, significant leadership by the first School of Sustainability in 2006, and our own Chris Boone was a member of the committee and dean of the School of Sustainability at Arizona State University, and the multiple sub-programs and curricula that they have to address sustainability education. So the key in these examples was their emphasis on experiential learning with and for communities, nonprofits, business, and government, and the different levels of immersion with practitioners that they offer to their students. Okay? And another good example of that is the program run by another committee member and a committee chair, Ann Kapuczynski at UC Santa Cruz. They offer a program which is intensive 12-month program for a 2-year master's degree in sustainability, in which the students co-design a solution to a sustainability challenge with their partner organization. I wanted to close out my formal comments with this emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which was one of the topics that I paid particular attention to in the report. We had two motivating questions. One, how to broaden access to sustainability education for historically underrepresented groups. And two, what are critical barriers to access to students from these groups? We do have a couple of things, and I just wanted to go through some basic definitions. We recognize that diversity is about difference, not about individuals. So it's an attribute of groups rather than individuals. And so we can't depend on recruiting one student from a particular group to make a program diverse. Rather, it is about addressing the needs and interests of groups of people. And it is those groups of people in an organization that makes an organization diverse. Secondly, equity is about ensuring that members of the community, and I'm talking in this case about higher education institutions, that they feel welcome and they feel that they are getting their needs met. And so it's a concept in social justice, but it is about meeting the needs of people where they are. And then thirdly, for inclusion, I like this saying by Verna Myers, which says, diversity is being invited to the party, but inclusion is being asked to dance. It's about having your place within the institution. I just put this graphic here to show that Hispanic and Black males and females are significantly underrepresented in the STEM workforce. And I'm using science, technology, engineering, and math as a proxy for sustainability higher education and workforce, because we couldn't find the data specifically for sustainability that we could represent in this form. Another issue with this topic is that the demographics of the country are changing. Right now, white males and females constitute about almost 70% of the STEM workforce. But the percentage in the population currently sits at about 53%, and that is declining over time. And the groups that are significantly underrepresented in the workforce, these are the groups that are increasing in the population of the country. And so where will we find workers for the challenges of sustainability if we don't bring them into the domain of sustainability higher education? And that is part of the challenge facing institutions of higher learning, especially with respect to sustainability and STEM more generally. There are some barriers which we identify. There are pipeline issues, that is all the way from K through 12 preparation. There's the culture of on campus, including affordability, accessibility, especially we think of accessibility, physical accessibility, feelings of inclusivity, the need for cohorts of students rather than individual students, and opportunities to engage with other activities in the academic environment while they are there. Students need to see faculty and role models that reflect their identity and their lived experiences. The curricula should also reflect their identity and lived experiences and their perceptions of the challenges of sustainability. And so should the programs that are offered by higher education institutions. And that faculty, administrative staff should be able to progress in these institutions through the ranks. And this would include other options, especially for students graduating, for sustainability practice in the public and private sector and in nonprofits. So these are a combination of structural issues, procedural issues, and issues of culture within the organization. We need leadership at the institutions of higher learning and in other institutions such as the National Science Foundation that can push institutions in this direction and focus on retaining and advancing faculty of color and management and staff of color, pathways for increasing or widening the pipeline for students to get in, and changing the culture or the ecosystem at these institutions so that students and faculty and staff feel included. And then, of course, diversifying the sectors and opportunities for sustainability practice. And that requires leadership at the institutions. The international connections for sustainability higher education, because that is the scope of the Sustainable Development Goals. The goals are stated at the global scale, but they are implemented ultimately at the local scale. And so graduates have to be able to appreciate that their work at the local level is tied and keyed to global priorities. And so that means a focus on evolving core competencies and a balance between sustainability and sustainable development. And then, of course, service learning experiences that are global in perspective. So mutual exchanges between students from different countries as a way to broaden this focus or this perception of the challenges of sustainability. So I want to end there for my talk, my formal presentation. That's a summary of the report. And I want to open us up to these two questions. Just from this diversity, equity, and inclusion, is how do we broaden access? What are some critical barriers to access? And I also want the audience to help me in addressing these other questions. Where have you seen promising practices for fostering partnerships, that is, bridging academic silos or disciplinary silos? And how do you reference the Sustainable Development Goals or other frameworks in your curricula and programs? And so with that, I want to thank you again for giving me this opportunity. And I will stop my talk and ask if there are any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Garrett. Any questions? Can you please raise your hand or type it in the chat window?
Magna, I believe that most of the attendees are muted, so if you wanted to read the questions from the chat, that may work best.
Yeah. I only see one question in the chat, and that's from Tex with the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. He says, what are your thoughts on President Biden's executive order on climate change?
So I'm going to answer this question from my own perspective. I would say that climate change is undeniably caused by human activity. And in order to address its very pernicious effects, economically, socially, and environmentally, we have to take action across a variety of sectors and in a variety of ways. And I can't speak to the specific of President Biden's recommendation, but it does strike that tone of multi-sector approaches and multifaceted initiatives for addressing the different challenges of climate change. And that includes rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, or COP21, and other initiatives such as emphasizing the economic benefits of a shift to green energy. So I'm not speaking for the committee here, but I'm talking from my own experience in answering your question. I thank you for it because it's very relevant to the debate.
Yeah.
So I do want to ask, and I know there may be other questions, but does anyone have any comments on ways to broaden access to sustainability education? What do you do in North Texas? How do you bring underrepresented students into the STEM domain and into your initiatives for sustainability? Any comments? We're always open to learn, and I would like to hear what people do in this area. What are some of the critical barriers that your students face in accessing sustainability education?
Anyone?
I'll speak about a couple observations that I've had in my role. So I'm the Director of Sustainability at UTD. And there's been a couple barriers that I think the Sustainable Development Goals are helpful with, where first, the field of sustainability can sometimes be nebulous to students. And so having the Sustainable Development Goals as a definition for the field of sustainability and speaking to those as principles and the application for the education that they're going to receive is really helpful. And it makes the field less nebulous. And it also can address the second piece of the barriers that I've seen, where with these issues feeling so big, oftentimes students don't feel that they have agency to create a positive change. And so what I challenge students to do is to reflect on their major, their passions, their interests, and what they bring to the table. And then think about what they can do with what they have and where they are in order to create a positive change, what they might do after graduation to keep that change moving forward. So I lean on those sustainable development goals, especially to engage students that are even outside of STEM. And my message is often that we could be doing a lot more with what we already know. So we know that we have technologies and we have policies that we could be pursuing, but what we lack is a culture to pursue them. And so I engage humanities, social sciences, and make sure that those students understand that they have a role in creating that culture that we need to take larger actions.
Yeah, it sounds like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, it sounds like you're saying that you do have some traction in crossing or bridging disciplinary silos. And that's really impressive that you'll be able to accomplish that.
Yeah. And I wanted to echo that too. Oh, I see there's a hand raised. I didn't want to.
Okay, Alexis, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hi there. So I actually work for DFW International Airport, and our VP of Environmental, Robert Horton, is trying very deliberately to start to break down the silos between educational institutions, which we have lots of here in North Texas, and industry. So I think that's one really promising avenue, because often, educational institutions have the bandwidth to do the type of research that in industry we just don't. We don't have the bodies to do it, so to speak. But one thing that I really worry about, and I worry about this because I'm an environmental professional of color with student loan debt. Until we bring down the cost of education, some of this is just talk, right? The fact is if education continues to cost as much as it does, and if it continues to increase in that cost, then we're always going to be excluding people, period. But one potential avenue, I think, is to encourage these public-private partnerships, so that at least if students get out of school, even if they have student loan debt, they're in a better position to capitalize on employment.
Yes, that point was raised many times by the student panelists in the workshops, and we took it into consideration very significantly. It's the cost, it's the access, it's that support for students, financial support, and other dimensions such as, like I said earlier, social support with housing. In some places, housing is costs as much as tuition or more. And so I take that comment to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question, Maria. Cuz, can we unmute her? Oh, go for it, Maria.
Yes, that should be functional now.
Maria, can you hear us?
Maria, you should have access to press the microphone icon to unmute yourself now.
Oh, I think she must have raised her hand by mistake. But yeah, I wanted to chime in and say that, the Regional Center of Expertise, that's exactly what we are trying to do, try to bring this public-private partnership so that the silos are broken. And the idea is to bring students into the conversation, which is why we have a youth network as part of the RCE, and Oriana, who's sort of leading the youth network from Talos College, will be presenting later this evening. But I attended one of the workshops that led to this report in Austin, and one of the conversations that was repeated was sustainability should be taught as a basic coursework for every educational institution. It should not be an option, but something like a civic lesson where everybody understands and takes a course in the basics of sustainability. Because in my experience, every time you teach a student about sustainability or SDG, it's like a light bulb has lit and they finally make the connection. And the SDGs are unique because they are so interdependent on each other. And once they realize that working on something like water conservation or planting tree or recycle affects everything else, um, it kind of gives them the motivation to work towards it, and they want to know more and they're hungry for more. So this report was really good when I read it because it gives academic institutions sort of a framework or a call to action of the steps that they can take to incorporate sustainability in the curriculum and specify how each course is linked to an SDG. I think that would be amazing if every university can do that.
Okay, well, point well taken. We focused on higher education, but sustainability is also a compelling need in the K through 12 curriculum as well. So the earlier students are exposed to formal structures for sustainability, I think the better for them in terms of their preparation to address it in college.
Right. Yes. Yes. Do we have any more questions in the chat? No.
Okay, so we can be the first generation to succeed in sustainability. I do want to thank all the foundations that supported this work by the committee. And I do want to thank you again and all your participants for this opportunity to share our work with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time today. And I did share in the chat the link to the report, the PDF that can be downloaded, so everybody has access to it. Thank you so much.
Okay, will people be able to access the recording on the Summit website?
Yes, yes, we will post that. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm very grateful.
Okay, bye.
Take care. Bye. We are right on time for the second panel for the afternoon. I'm just making sure. Sarah, are you able to share your screen?
I don't actually have a presentation, so I was just going to talk a little bit and introduce the speakers and let them kind of take the reins and share their presentations.
Okay, well, that's great. So our second panel presentation today is on SDG 4, quality education. And Sarah is our moderator for the panel, and she is the City of Plano Sustainability and Environmental Education Supervisor. She has been coordinating with all the panelists for this session about what are their goals and how do they see their organization leading sustainable development in the region through quality education. So I will give her the space. Sarah, take it away.
Hi, everyone. So if you've been paying attention all day, do me a favor and just maybe stand up for a minute, maybe stretch it out because it's been a long day. We've had a lot of fun, great presentations, so much wonderful knowledge being shared. I love it. So just do me a favor and wake up if you have eaten lunch and are starting to get those sleepy eyes, and maybe just stretch it out. I'd also want you guys to be engaged during this panel discussion. So if you have any questions, if this sparks your brain and you have any ideas or just things you want to write down, please feel free to use that meeting chat. I will be trying my best to keep an eye on it and trying to use those questions that you may have. So welcome everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. This is the second panel discussion of the 2021 Regional Center of Expertise, their conference on education for sustainable development. It's the first virtual annual summit, and we're excited to have you guys here. So as you know, this conference is focused on connecting organizations in North Texas to enable healthier communities, share values, and sustainable development through education, collaboration, and capacity building. During this panel, we're going to be discussing the fourth UN Sustainability Development Goal of quality education. So this goal focuses on ensuring inclusion and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all of us. So with us today, we've got 4 amazing women. So I just want to stress how excited I am to be a part of this and moderate this discussion with these local experts who actively are working in the field to promote sustainability through education and awareness. So it is my pleasure to moderate this panel. And during the panel, I do want to give you guys kind of an idea of how it's going to flow. I'm going to introduce these panelists one at a time and then give them the opportunity to present. So after they're presenting, we'll move on to the next panelist. And then after all 4 panelists have presented, we'll go ahead and follow up with some questions, assuming that there's still plenty of time to talk. So please, again, use that meeting chat bar. Let us know if you have any questions throughout these presentations. Our first panelist is Susan Alvarez, who serves as the Assistant Director with the City of Dallas. Sue will be sharing with us some details about the City of Dallas and their recently passed Comprehensive Environment and Climate Action Plan, aka CCAP, and how this plan's 97 actions, 8 focus areas, and 28 actions assist with providing education, skills, and training, in addition to promoting sustainability, economic development, and environmental stewardship. So please take it away.
And you are muted, Susan, but we do see your screen share.
There, is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you for letting me know. So I'm so excited to be here today, and I'm so excited to be a part of this conference because it builds on some of the work that we're doing here in Dallas. And I'm kind of going to do a kind of a segue between our CCAP and the UN Sustainability Development Goals, and then kind of focus in on some of the places where and why education for sustainable development is so critical to our ability to implement this plan. So first of all, kind of an overview of the climate mayors, kind of what's going on with the White House, and this kind of builds on some of the questions that were asked to Mr. Lewis. Very quickly go through our local climate drivers, how we got to the CCAP, and then do the segue into the UN sustainability goals and specifically how we're looking at sustainability goal number 4 related to quality education. And I would say in a nutshell, it's one of those teamwork makes the dream work kind of things. We have all kinds of fantastic partners that we really enjoy working with and really rely on to make sure that that education piece is there. So some of you may know we have a climate plan. What you may not know is we're not alone in doing this. There are over 400, almost 475, almost 500 cities in the US alone that have adopted similar climate plans and have committed towards upholding the climate goals of the Paris Agreement. So it isn't just crazy Dallas out there doing their thing. We got a lot of crazy people with us. One of the big things that is driving our efforts is Texas leads the country in billion-dollar-plus climate disasters. We've had over 100 here in Texas, and we lead the country in all 10 areas where the Weather Service and the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration collects data. So we lead even in freezes. What do you know? Go figure. So, and the scary thing is for us is that as we look at it from the 1980, which is when they first started collecting these data, up to 2020, the numbers of these events are increasing, and the numbers in what we have paid out in disaster-related costs is increasing. As kind of a point, some of the economists are saying that our little winter adventure at the end of February probably has as much in related damages as Hurricane Harvey. And that's not something that we normally associate with North Texas, but that's our reality right now. So we've been on a climate planning pathway for a little bit now. This lovely I guess it's I don't know what you call it. It's a very nice gift that we got from the UN Foundation here in Dallas in 2019 for our work towards the Resilient Dallas Plan and our work towards the CCAP. And it was under the category of SDG 11 for sustainable cities and communities. You can see that we've been trundling along. It takes time to do this. And it takes a lot of work from a lot of people inside and outside the city. This is not a City of Dallas alone initiative. We were very thankful that Mayor Johnson, when he came on board, committed to upholding our commitment to the climate mayors, looking at equity and inclusion, looking at common sense solutions, and across the board, we've been challenged to do things that are common sense, not crazy, things that will help us save money over time, and things that will help us be more resilient over time. So as I said, environmental justice is in the middle of everything we do. Our plan is comprehensive because we're addressing mitigation, which is those things that reduce the emissions that are driving climate change. It's adaptation. How do we freeze-proof our homes? How do we manage disasters? How do we protect our infrastructure from being impacted by disasters? And then last but not least is improving sustainability and the quality of life through goals related to improving our local environmental quality. So we developed a plan. We have 8 primary goals. Everything's from buildings and energy to clean air. We say A to Z, air quality to zero waste. It is indeed comprehensive. And from our mayor and council's goals, in each one of these areas, we have numeric goals and performance measures towards meeting a net zero situation by 2050. So I feel kind of bad for our consultants because we gave them all of our existing plans to look at and then said, after you've done looking at our existing plans, look at what other cities are doing and see what they might be doing that we might not want to adopt. And so we started from about 400 different actions in these 8 areas. And we looked primarily at that first primary benefit, the mitigation, adaptation, environmental quality. We have 11 actions specifically focused on environmental justice. But then we really dove into the co-benefits, and that's where we have the segue to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Because as we looked at co-benefits, we've looked at things like reducing inequality, reducing vulnerability, promoting environmental stewardship, improving water quality and access to food. Ooh, and what do you know? We've got 28 different actions that have co-benefits for providing education, skills, or training. So using that lens got us down to 97 actions, which is reasonable over a 10 or 12-year term. It will still keep us pretty busy. But I wanted you to understand it's that co-benefit lens that we put on, and those 97 actions typically have one or more co-benefits. And so we went from 400 to 97 of those actions that really provide the most bang for the buck, if you will. And then we started looking at the UN sustainability or Sustainable Development Goals. And originally, I'm probably going to get in trouble for this slide because I defaced the squares, but we got some questions when we were doing community engagement related to the plan. And the question was, well, how does your plan relate to the UN SDGs? And we looked and we started looking, and we pretty much address everything from reducing poverty towards peace, justice, and strong institutions. The place where it's kind of ironic that we do not have specific actions focused on gender equality, I believe that would come in under an equity lens. But then if you look at the city's climate team with the exception of our air quality subject matter expert, the whole team is women. And so I think it kind of slides in that way towards meeting all 17 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So today we're really going to be focusing in on quality education, and I'm so thankful. I was dying to dive in and start talking in response to some of the questions for Garrick Lewis, because I believe that we're doing the things that we need to do to be diving down to ensure that we have inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities. Personally, I love my job because it forces me to keep doing research to stay on top of everything that is in my world. So it stretches me, and I hope I never get in a position where I'm not being stretched. So we got our plan unanimously adopted May of 2020 during the shutdown. It was delayed from Earth Day because we wanted to make sure we had public input. But at that point, our overall city budget was in the toilet, and we didn't know how it was going to come out. And with all these measurable goals, there was the desire to have an implementation plan. And originally they said they wanted us to meet all of them, or 92% of them, the first year. And so we had to go back and explain, well, this is a 30-year plan. And so we kind of want to do what we're able to do. And so we looked at really focusing in on this first year on the education and outreach in order to build our capacity and build our community's capacity towards implementing some of the harder things. So the approach to implementing our plan is based on education and outreach. And then I went back, and this was kind of a fun exercise, and I saw that Katie Evans was on this call, and I was pestering her yesterday for this. We went back and looked in each of the 8 areas to see where we had specific actions focused on education. And in the top was in the energy goals. So, and with the legislature doing what they're doing, we're seeing where there is a increased need for education on energy efficiency, on types of energy use in our different buildings, and in looking at different types of power for our buildings towards a greater resilience. But you can see in each one of the areas within the CCAP, we've identified one or more really critical goals towards providing education related to how people and businesses can implement actions that help the overall environment in Dallas. And then, you know, when I started out, I said teamwork makes the dream work. We are not able to do this by ourselves, and we have a whole lot of partners. And I will tell you straight up, please don't get your feelings hurt if I didn't include you on this slide. We are working with as many of the local schools as practicable, from Dallas ISD up to UTA and SMU. We are thankful and grateful for the nonprofits like Green Careers Dallas and NTREG and our friends over at Texas Trees for the work that they're doing to help provide education to the public related to sustainability. Jen Sanders with the Dallas Innovation Alliance is going to be talking in a little bit after me, but she's got some great things that we're hoping to partner with her organization. So we have a lot of fabulous partners in the education realm that we're excited about working with, and that we're really grateful to be able to work with towards improving education in general and improving sustainability education in particular. So I want to kind of raise this as a case study. I also do work with City Lab High School, which is basically across the street from City Hall downtown. It is a choice school in the Dallas ISD. It is, they have 3 primary curricula, and it's not your traditional high school in any way, shape, or form. It's a lot of project-based learning. Their three focus areas are urban planning, architecture, and environmental sustainability. And what I love about this school is, again, it's project-based learning. They have a lot of things to support the students. They have, in particular, it's a unique, they call it the Triad program, but it's a form of student mentoring that pairs students with both industrial personnel and also university students that are studying in these areas. And so they get to know, while they're still in high school, really kind of what the real world looks like and how on earth they would use what they're learning in high school in quote unquote real life. And so I really like this as a different model for school, because I think it really does help do that dive down with getting classwork on sustainability down into at least the high school level. We have worked in the past with the Dallas Environmental Science Academy, which is a middle school focused, again, it's track learning. But they also have design contests. They have real projects. For those of you on this call that are doing work in architecture or urban planning, you know that a big piece of that is doing presentations. And these students are getting presentation skills that are invaluable as they move forward in life, whether they go forward with college education or not. And then last but not least, and I'll shut up and let my esteemed partners on this panel take their turn, a shameless plug. The 4th annual North Texas Climate Symposium is in a couple of weeks on April 16th. And this year we are focusing on the business case for climate action. And we're really excited about the speakers. I think it's going to be a wonderful event. And with that, I will shut up and either take questions or let my friends on the panel speak.
Thank you so much. So much great information. So I am going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. We are joined by Dr. Melanie Sadler, a professor at UTA Arlington. Her research on food and flora waste have been developed into the Fleet Fuel 4H framework. Dr. Sadler will discuss development of her framework and its application to case studies. So take it away, Doctor.
So I hope that everybody can see my screen.
Yes, we can see you.
Great. So my presentation is in the education section, but it actually bridges the sustainable development goal of education and sustainable communities. At UTA, we love to get students involved in research. And research can help the students apply what they're learning in the classroom to real world problems. And so on this particular project, I've got pictures of 5 of the students that have worked on this project. We've actually had 9 altogether. They have been graduate students, but we get undergraduate students involved in research at UTA as well. So the project that I'm going to be talking about is food and flora waste to fleet fuel. So we got the alliteration going. So it's F4, development and application of the F4 framework. The project was funded by CTED, Center for Transportation Equity Decisions in Dollars, which is funded by U.S. Department of Transportation. So introduction, we'll talk about the F4 framework, Dallas case study, and ongoing work. So according to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the average American generates 248 pounds of trash each year. That's a lot of trash. It's also a valuable resource. So what if we could convert this food waste and this yard waste to this fleet fuel? So UTA students are exploring doing just that based on today's technology, anaerobic digestion. So what is anaerobic digestion? Well, I've got a lot of things on this slide, but we're going to break it down. We start with organic feedstocks. So the organics can be things like food waste and flora or yard waste. like we saw in the first slide. They can also be things that come from agriculture, so manure, crop residue. They can also be wastewater treatment plant sludge, fats, oils, and grease. So we take these organic feedstocks and transport them to an anaerobic digester. So anaerobic means without oxygen. And digester refers to the fact that we have microorganisms that are going to digest or feed on the organic feedstock. So we have microorganisms with no oxygen. And under those conditions, the microorganisms produce biogas. So biogas is 50 to 60% methane. So you probably know that natural gas in your home is 70 to 90% methane. So biogas is something like natural gas that we can use as an energy resource. So we remove impurities from the biogas, and then we can do a number of things with it. So there's a number of different end uses. We can remove impurities and upgrade biogas to pipeline quality natural gas. That tends to be rather expensive. We can also convert to vehicle fuel, and that was the original goal of this project since it was funded by US DOT. So we can make compressed natural gas or renewable natural gas as a vehicle fuel, or make electricity for electric vehicles. We can also produce electricity that's used for other purposes besides transportation. And we can produce that electricity using a variety of different methods. So turbines, fuel cells, and reciprocating engines. Now, out of anaerobic digesters, we get not only the biogas, but we get liquid and solid products. And these we can use as fertilizers. So a difference between anaerobic digestion and composting. For composting, you have aerobic conditions, meaning you have oxygen, and you have microorganisms that break down waste. But for composting, all you get is the fertilizer. You don't get the biogas because of the fact that you have the aerobic conditions. So in anaerobic digestion, you still get the fertilizer, but you also get the biogas that's an energy resource. So the F4 framework. The F4, again, is food and flora waste to fleet fuel. So the objectives of the project are to help cities and regions assess the economic feasibility of using wastewater treatment plant digesters for converting food and flora or yard waste to fleet fuel. So one of the barriers to anaerobic digestion is initial capital cost of the digesters. And one way to overcome that is to use existing capacity at digesters that are already built. And so there are many wastewater treatment plant digesters around the country that have excess capacity. And so food waste and other kinds of waste could be sent to these digesters. Second goal of the project was to help cities or regions select optimal wastewater treatment plant digesters when more than one is available. So the F4 framework consists of 4 different pieces. The first piece is input aids, and that includes some instructions for waste inputs. Second piece is the basic tool. That's an Excel spreadsheet. Third piece is the optimization extension. And the fourth piece is a city guidebook. Outputs that we get from the framework are optimal digester candidates, net present value of project cost benefits, and electricity or CNG generated. So we're going to talk about the 4 pieces. So the first one is input aids. So the framework utilizes food and yard waste categories that are really broad in scope. So we see the food waste categories. You've got single family, multifamily, household waste, restaurants and food services, special event centers, and so on. In terms of yard waste, the tool looks at single family households, golf courses, parks, and commercial lawns. And so GIS is used to quantify the amount of food and yard waste available by census block group. So we'll talk a bit later about the case study we did for City of Dallas, but this is one of the maps that we developed for City of Dallas. This is potential single family household excess food waste by census block group. So this was developed using GIS. So the second part of the framework is basic tool. We used interviews to gather information for the basic tool, reviewed literature, used websites. It is a user-friendly Excel screening tool. So I want to emphasize that it's a screening tool. So it's for cities to use to get an idea of whether anaerobic digestion might be economically feasible. So it requires limited inputs, 8 inputs. EPA has a more detailed financial model for digesters that requires 78 inputs. So if you get to the point where you've decided that you're going to build a digester and you need specific costs for it, then EPA's model provides a lot more detail. So ours is a high-level decision-making screening tool. But we have color-coded inputs to help users in the tool. The 8 inputs that are required relate to waste transport, so massive food and yard waste, that's the GIS information. We use landfills as a baseline. So we compare cost of digesting the food and yard waste with cost of landfilling. So there are some inputs that relate to landfills. We have inputs related to the existing digesters, and then other types of inputs, including type of vehicle that we want to operate via electricity or compressed natural gas. And then here you see a list of the outputs. So if there is digester expansion volume required, that's an output. Volume of biogas, electricity generated, vehicle miles traveled, emission reductions, and then net present value of project cost and benefits. So the third piece is optimization extension. So this is used when there's more than one wastewater treatment plant with digesters available to determine the optimal region of waste to send to each one. It's Python code that interfaces with GIS and the Excel spreadsheet. So you've got an example here. We have one digester location in this example. One centrally located digester means that we have a lower digester cost per mass of waste digested, but we're going to have a high transportation cost because we have to truck everything to this one location. An alternative scenario would be we have smaller spread out digesters. In this case, we potentially have a higher cost for building and or operating the digesters, but we have lower transportation costs. So which of these scenarios is more economical? That's what the optimization extension looks at. And then finally, the city guidebook is the fourth piece. So the guidebook answers 10 critical questions that cities may have about digesting food and yard waste. We sent cities, or one of the graduate students actually sent surveys to cities regarding policies for food and yard waste diversion. We got responses back from 6 different states and cities. And these were compiled into the guidebook. So a couple of example questions that the guidebook addresses. What obstacles have cities encountered in separate collection of food and yard waste, and how have the obstacles been overcome? And what incentives or penalties could my city use to encourage public participation in separate collection of food and yard waste? So we did a proof of concept case study to show that the different pieces of the framework could work together. So this was a theoretical case study using City of Dallas 2 wastewater treatment plants that are currently in existence. So the central does not have a digester, and the city actually would probably well, there would be some hurdles to overcome to actually put a digester there. So I'm not sure that they would really want to do that. But again, this was proof of concept, just to show that the framework would work. Their south side facility already has existing digesters. So we looked at two different scenarios. The first one having digesters just at south side. So we would use all the existing capacity, and then we would also add a new 5.6 million gallon digester. In this study, there would not be existing capacity to digest all the food and yard waste we were looking at. So we would need to add capacity. The second scenario, we would have two digester locations, both at central and at south side. So we would add the same kind of digester, the same size digester, but we would put it at central instead of at south side. And then we would use the existing capacity at south side. All right, so when the optimization extension looked at this, this was the output. So one location versus two locations. This is the digester capital and operating cost. And the units here are millions of dollars. And you see that the numbers are pretty similar, right? Because we're adding the same size digester at both locations. There's a little bit of cost savings using one location. We just need one grinder. If you have two locations, you need two grinders. But if you look at the transportation cost, there's huge savings of having the two locations. This was a 50-year time frame, so we're looking at a really long time frame. But the two locations ends up being much more economical due to the transport. This scenario was optimistic case study. We optimistically assumed we would digest 33% of Dallas food waste. So we were leaving the rest of it for feeding hungry people. So to dovetail with the presentation this morning, if you saw that one, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, has a food recovery hierarchy, and feeding hungry people is higher in priority than using food waste for energy. So we assumed we'd reuse 2/3 of it and then recover the energy from 1/3. So for the scenario with the two digester locations, we got out from the basic tool the volume of biogas that would be generated. And we assumed we were going to generate electricity in this case study. So you get the amount of electricity generated, the miles that vehicles could travel. We assumed that we were going to electrify garbage trucks. So this is the number of miles the trucks could travel per year, number of garbage trucks that could operate continuously on the electricity, and then the emission reductions per year. So the landfilling is considered as the baseline. So the net benefit of sending the food and yard waste to the digester versus the landfill ended up being $28 billion over 50 years. That was primarily driven again by transport costs because the landfill is farther away than the digesters. But there were also some significant financial benefits in terms of landfill space and diesel fuel savings. So our ongoing work, we're automating the GIS inputs so that the tool can be used by cities and regions around the United States. That's our hope. And they wouldn't have to go through a manual input process for the GIS waste inputs. That is going to be automated. And we're adding other waste to the tool. So fat, soils, and grease, manure, and crop residuals. We're also adding farm digesters as potential existing digester infrastructure that can be considered. And finally, we're adding non-vehicle end uses of biogas. So pipeline, renewable natural gas, and electricity generation. So conclusions, the UTA students developed a tool that hopefully will be useful to cities in providing information, about cost, reduced pollutant emissions, and fuel produced from anaerobic digestion, and selecting optimal digesters. So we'd like to acknowledge the CTED and U.S. Department of Transportation for funding. Our stakeholders on the first phase of the project were North Central Texas Council of Governments and City of Dallas and the Dallas-Fort Worth Clean Cities Coalition. So the basic tool itself is available, and the city guidebook is also available on the UTA website.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And so we're going to move on next to, I'm excited to introduce Jennifer Sanders, who is the Executive Director of the North Texas Innovation Alliance. This organization is focused on creating the most connected, smart, resilient region in the country. Jen will be discussing how to close the digital gap using innovative approaches and by learning from other regions. Take it away, Jen.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try and, despite being in a tech organization, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me see if I can make this work. Perfect. Well, I'm just so thrilled to be here today, and for many, many reasons, and I'm going to try and watch the clock because a lot of y'all know when I get riled up, I could go forever and not notice. But one, all of these pieces are interrelated. All of our organizations are interrelated. And so the more I learn, like Susan said, I love that I can learn every day, and we have to do this all together, cross-disciplinary, cross-organization. And I also love being on a panel with all women and being surrounded by people smarter than me. So just to dig in, so the way that I'm going to talk about SDG 4 today is around the foundational need for internet and connectivity to bridge the digital divide to improve highest quality of education. So just quickly about the North Texas Innovation Alliance, and I'm actually the co-founder of both the Dallas Innovation Alliance, which was founded in 2015, and the North Texas Innovation Alliance, which we launched last year. And to Sarah's point earlier, our overall mission is small and attainable. We should be done in 2 months, but it's to create the most connected, smart, and resilient region in the country. And so how do we define smart? Because that definition is highly ubiquitous and is used differently all over the country and the world. So we look at a smart region or a smart city as one that finds that intersection and that sweet spot between technology, community, and data to solve problems in new ways, thereby creating economic growth, improved quality of life, and resource efficiencies. So we really try and look with a people-first lens, but how do we basically use tools we didn't have 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago to get to those solutions more quickly? And so in 2020, obviously an interesting year to launch a new organization, but there were certainly benefits to launching in the middle of the pandemic in that it provided a convening, kind of a safe space for municipalities and agencies around the region to come together and ask questions kind of real time and get some best practices and learnings from each other. But we spent 2020 really looking at how do we try not to boil the ocean, but maybe boil the Great Lakes is kind of where we're at right now. So if we look at the 6 areas of focus that the group came up with to focus on in 2021 and 2022, you'll notice that digital inclusion, infrastructure, and connectivity was in the top 2, and really looking at that as the foundation for nearly everything that we want to accomplish and we think can help serve the region. As all of you particularly in the public sector know, procurement and financial models are enormous challenges and add time and cost to these large projects that are really critical. So looking at how can those be looked at and executed differently or in new ways. How do we look at economic development and innovation? And that includes workforce training and the education system. And we're looking at it from K through adulthood. So all sectors of education. Transportation mobility, digitalization and process efficiencies, which COVID obviously accelerated the move toward remote, both from an employment standpoint, but also how do we engage with residents? How do they get the information they need? And obviously with the digital divide in place, those tools don't work for everyone. And then obviously resiliency and sustainability on many levels has always been a focus. Certainly things like the storm last month, put that into even brighter focus. So, and I'll make sure these slides are shared, but just to use COVID as a bookmark, this time last year, we really looked at, what is it going to take to solve the problems that we didn't know we had? So what did COVID bring spotlight to that we want to continue to be a focus as we come out of the pandemic and as we look to the recovery period? So there's some short, mid, and long-term goals and things that were flagged. And I list these because as we look toward the SDG goals or the SDGs, we'll see that really all of these cross all of them, right? You can't focus on one without looking at many, and we've heard that a lot today. And so when we think about digital divide, we've known it exists for a long time. I'm choosing to look at the last year as a silver lining in terms of the spotlight and the acceleration at all levels of government and all communities that have been placed toward closing this. But really, when we look at access to the internet as being access to all kinds of services which impact many of these SDGs and getting where we want to go. So a few that of the societal impacts that are impacted by not having access to internet. One is obviously education. We're going to focus on that today. Economic development, and that's also economic mobility and getting trained up for the future workforce. Provision of city and social services. Health, telehealth obviously being a major emerging trend that improves access in health deserts. Equity and economic mobility, data. As we all know, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it or improve it. I think that's a Peter Drucker quote. And then for all of y'all at the university level, obviously R&D activity is greatly hindered without access to colleagues, to data, to management systems, to software. And I would just say too that speaking with some friends of mine in the university system and the high school system, they talked about one of the biggest gaps for them during remote learning has actually been completion of labs, which just is something that hadn't occurred to me. And so how were they converting those credits and that experiential learning into a digital format so that this can be completed and these kids could move on? And so I think there's a lot of ways that everyone has been forced to pivot in ways that I hope, that process of agile development can continue. But if we look at Texas and just a bit of diagnosis, of the problem, some of these statistics range from 2018 to 2021, just depending on the reports that we typically reference. Still, this is 2018. But when we look at the counties in Texas, if you'll notice, Dallas has 22% of households with children that are without broadband. Others, the major metros obviously have high percentages, as you would expect, with that density and high instances of poverty, obviously rural also. And so I think something interesting as we look to state and federal funding that's coming down the pike is how are we looking at how they're balancing investment in rural and urban communities. They both have extreme challenges, but obviously the approach is going to have to look different depending on what that density of land looks like. So by the numbers, just pulling out some snapshots from the research. Unfortunately, Dallas nationally has the 6th highest rate of unconnected households amongst large cities in the country, and that is not a place we want to be near the top of the list, but it is a starting point for us to work from. When we talk about the homework gap, so even before COVID and remote learning, there was a gap after school. Kids couldn't do their homework. Already, a lot of homework was being done online. And the share of lower income Americans, this stat was really interesting to me, who rely only on their smartphone for going online has doubled since 2013. You would hope that was starting to reverse from a trend perspective. But what we're really seeing, in my personally, my first exposure to what this really looked like was working with a young lady from Lincoln High School. And one day I walked in and she was clearly very, very stressed and furiously typing on her smartphone. And I asked her what was going on. And she said, I have to finish my college essay. The application's due tomorrow. And just the mere thought of how successful I would have been, in applying to colleges and trying to make sense of that on a smartphone screen was really stark to me. But that was really the first kind of proximal experience I had in what daily life and accomplishing daily tasks that we take for granted really looks like in a lot of our communities. So again, 60% of 8th graders have said that they need the internet for homework every day, and more than 50% of households in Dallas County in their least connected zip codes, forgive me, more than 50% of households in Dallas counties, and these are lowest income zip codes, children lack a broadband subscription. And that's as of actually right before the shutdown, right before remote learning. And so we'll talk about some of the interventions and innovative ways that Dallas ISD and other districts in the region have approached this. So that number is obviously a lot lower, but those solutions, we'll look at how they continue. As you know, with the Federal Reserve Bank, some brilliant minds over there, and one of the concepts that's commonly talked about is digital equity and digital inclusion. There are 3 legs of the stool that all have to be met in order to close this gap. One is access, and that's physically, does the infrastructure exist? The second is affordability. Can you afford it? And then literacy, it obviously is, do you know how to use it? Do you make it a priority? And that's, I would argue, the toughest challenge to solve. It involves a lot of, one-on-one communication, training. It involves a lot of trust in communities that have historically had trust diminish, with institutions. And so, on the left, kind of this field of dreams concept of, if you build it, they still may not come. So you can invest a lot of money in infrastructure, but if you can't afford the plan, you don't know how to use the plan, and you don't know how much it's going to improve your life and your access, the money is moot, or putting that infrastructure in. So we have to look at all 3 of these tactics. And so, I've included some examples in this presentation that address different pieces of the stool, and to kind of look at how are they all integrated into trying to take care of the big picture from an education standpoint. So forgive me. So one of our initiatives through the Dallas Innovation Alliance we've been working on for a couple of years is called the Mobile Learning Lab. And this was really in recognition pre-COVID of that homework gap in a lot of communities not having Wi-Fi at home. So the whole concept was to retrofit this old school bus into a classroom that has a giant, very strong Wi-Fi hotspot. And we would park in these underconnected communities during the day, and then bring in programming and homework support in the afternoons and the after school hours to provide both STEAM enrichment activities, as well, again, as providing that extra help on homework. And so we've had a lot of fun, and I would just want to give a shout out to DISD trustee Ben Mackey, because this was his bus that he graciously donated and is letting us use. And I thought how appropriate that a school board trustee is the one that's helping to make this a reality. So the goals of the program, have talked about several of them, but really, what we always like to do at DIA is, how do we find an innovative solution to a critical need that we're able to test quickly and see if we can fill those gaps. Solutions like the Mobile Learning Lab aren't meant to be a permanent solution, but we know that kids can't wait, in terms of, we know that, 3rd grade, 6th grade are years that we really dramatically lose kids from a learning loss standpoint. And so we, and certainly in STEAM, in sustainability, interest, and aptitude. So really wanting to capture those audiences and see what we could do in the near term until kind of these larger infrastructural solutions are put in place. And COVID obviously meant that the kids couldn't be on the bus. We had to focus more on outdoor activities and PP, obviously, and working with our sites. But we think we have found ways to continue to serve kids at the beginning of the pandemic, and now are still in socially distanced, but additional operational capacity. And on average, we serve about 300 kids per month, and the 4 days a week we're on site. And then the second initiative I wanted to talk about, and I'm trying to keep myself on track here, is Internet for Dallas. Is the Internet for All Coalition and Operation Connectivity, forgive me, was established at the beginning of the pandemic by a coalition of school districts and cities and nonprofit institutions in order to have every child connected to high-speed internet by January 2021. The mission is expanded to all households in Dallas have access to high-speed, reliable internet. These are just some examples of the folks that are members in Operation Connectivity and the Internet for All Coalition. You can see, again, the necessary nature of cross-sector partnership. And the way that they're also looking at this is, what are the short, mid, and long-term strategies to make sure we're operating in parallel? The short term, as many of y'all are, I'm sure, familiar with, are the hotspot distribution, hotspot and laptops. And so in the quick term, make sure that that connectivity exists and is accessible to students during remote learning, while looking at what are some of these additional components that negotiated subscriptions with internet service providers for plans in the home. How do we look at fixed broadband? How do we look at new infrastructure to fill some of these gaps? So all of these are in play and kind of in planning simultaneously, which is so important to continue the momentum, and really, obviously, requires all entities to work in lockstep. And so something that really has impressed me, in going through and being part of this Internet for All coalition is the ways that entities have been able to work together formally and quickly. So Dallas ISD and the City of Dallas are a great example of this, in working through different initiatives in complementary ways, really making sure that solutions that were put in place served gaps, but weren't solving for the same gaps. And so investment was really done wisely, and looking at different ways and different types of networks and solutions that could help solve for this problem. Lots of hotspot loaner programs, public Wi-Fi networks that were stood up in new ways. And then, and so you can see here, these are, I think, 10 of the initial demonstration project sites. And actually the City of Dallas has 10 more that are deployed throughout some of these least connected zip codes as well. So really looking at how do we knit together all of the network options and make sure that that access is available to all that need it. The way that Dallas ISD approached this is building their own, it's called private LTE network, which is basically a private cellular network. And so by using their existing fiber that they own, they basically put a tower on different high schools that are scattered throughout, and then beaming the signal up to a 3-mile radius, where each DISD student's household would have a direct connection to this high-speed, protected and secured internet connection within that feeder pattern. And so right now, those are 2 of the 5, I believe, are operational. And so gathering lots of data on that, but that's one of the innovative ways that several cities and school districts across the country are utilizing. And so we're just really thrilled. And it also involved agreements, between the city and Dallas ISD regarding the right-of-way. So how do you streamline permitting? How do you streamline a lot of these elements that can often add time to these? And I've never seen projects like this move more quickly. So it's been really amazing to see. So at the state level, there's a lot of different funding options, obviously, from federal to state and otherwise. Some are very focused on basically subsidizing broadband subscriptions, which is amazing and critical, but obviously those end at some point. So how do we then bridge through this digital literacy and really elevating from an education and economic mobility standpoint to be able to have them be able to afford those plans? The goal is always to cycle out of that. The Texas Metropolitan Blueprint was put together by Rice, UT Austin, and SMU to really provide a plan to take to the legislature to look at the needs of urban communities in addition to the state as a whole. So really what's most critical for where 90% of the population lives in the state of Texas. There's lots of bills in the legislature right now about broadband. Some is creating a statewide broadband office, which is really critical. And Texas is one of the last states to adopt, but we get to learn a lot from others because of that. When we talk about the literacy piece, one of the programs I think is really incredible is called Digital Navigators. Dallas has this and a lot of cities around, but basically it invests in local community-based organizations and universities and high schools in a lot of cases to pay them and train them to go out into their community and be a resource on how to get connected, why to get connected, how to access the plans you need, but really provide that on-the-ground education and support to be able to take advantage of the resources available. Just quickly, San Jose, these are some statistics on a lot of the integrated initiatives that they did in response to COVID-19. You'd be hard pressed to find a city that has not undertaken initiatives prompted by COVID, but digital inclusion has been a focus for quite a while. And then Virginia has a really aggressive, and I'm not sure if Garrick is still on the line, but I went to UVA, so I have a soft spot for Virginia. But their goal is for universal broadband access by 2028, and investment has been put behind it. They have a strategic report or a strategic plan that they update annually, and then work from that, and have made some really great progress. But 2028 is really ambitious, and I look forward to continue watching that. And then finally, Bill Nye the Science Guy had it right when he said, everyone you will ever meet knows something you don't. So I just always enjoyed learning from all of you, and I hope I haven't talked for an hour. So really appreciate it. And thank you for the opportunity, and look forward to your questions later.
Thank you so much, Jen. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. So exciting, all the wonderful ideas. Lastly, we are going to be joined by Lori Dela Cruz Lewis, who serves as the Sustainability Education Coordinator for Dallas College. Lori would like to discuss the involvement of the public in scientific research. Whether we're talking about community-driven research or global investigations, there are a ton of opportunities in this area. And so I'm excited to learn more about all of these citizen science and engagement and how we can contribute to the design of all these different types of citizen science projects. So please take it away, Lori, and share all of your knowledge.
Laurie, you're muted.
Lori, there should be yeah, there's the microphone icon. Give me just a sec. Let me try something real quick.
While he's working on that, I'm just going to put a bug out there. Remember to add those questions. I haven't seen any questions just yet, so don't forget to ask us what's going on. Let us know what you think in the chat box as well.
Or we're going to instigate an interpretive dance.
If you're offering, Jen.
Sorry,
Okay,
Lori,
I
real
think
quick.
I've got it.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We hear you now. Thank you.
Fabulous. There had to be one of the afternoon, so I'm glad I could do that for everyone. As I was starting to say, Dallas College kind of backed into this whole citizen science and quality education project. When we very first got sent home, more than a year ago now, we were looking for something to get our students out of the house, thinking that we would only be at home for a couple of months, probably till the end of the semester. Everybody was freaking out. So faculty were kind of looking for some sustainability projects for their students to do. And we were like, well, citizen science is all about sustainability. So we started doing a bunch of research on what kind of citizen science projects that our students could just download an app and go and have it possibly be part of a class project. And after that, it really took on a life of its own. What started out as hey, can you help us out? Our students really need to just get out of the house for an hour or so a week or every few days, really turned into this enormous project. And I'm really glad it did, because we're having so much fun with it. But went out, started looking for all kinds of different citizen science apps, and found ones where you could measure clouds, just take pictures of clouds, or take pictures of trees or mosquitoes or bees, just all kinds of different things that you're going to see when you're outside all the time. But it allows students to really develop an appreciation for these things and probably pay attention to them, maybe for the very first time. So, how often does a student, walking to middle school, pay attention to the bees in the yard where they have a pollinator garden? Probably not very often, unless they're allergic to bees. But this was really an opportunity for us to get students to slow down, take a deep breath, and really look around and add to scientific research at the same time. The fact that they were having fun was really the most important thing at first. But then as we started looking into it more and more, we discovered that they really are adding to global research that is happening all over the planet. So in our research, we found some really, really excellent apps. You know, ones done by NASA and by NOAA and National Geographic and the U.S. Geological Survey. So I have a much longer presentation with a whole lot more, but did a shortened version, and this is a web page that I built this in. It's something called a story map. So I'm going to share this document with you in the chat, and then you can go through and you can click on things and explore and have a wonderful time playing with this document. So this is just going to be a really brief overview. So what we discovered was that, you know, like I said, this is really pretty serious stuff. This is actual research that all of these fun apps and that data is going into. So I found the 10 principles of citizen science, and I have a link down here where you can read the actual document. But what really stood out to me were two things. First of all, that most times the data that is being input through all of these apps is also publicly available. And I do have some links to some publicly available data. There's only one I found that's not, and I'll tell you why when we get there. So it is typically in an open access format. So even if you're just a parent and your kid is getting more and more interested in this, you can actually download some of this data and learn even more from the same exact data that the scientists are using. And second of all, it is very, very rigorous. There's that thought that, oh, it's just citizen science. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a bunch of people playing on an app. But it really is very, very rigorous data collection. So, and analysis methods. So I highly recommend getting involved, not just because it's fun, but also because you're really contributing to scientific research. So, so we started out, let's get students outside. And then we started looking at the fact that we could map some of this data. We have a license with ArcGIS, which is an Esri product. And we discovered that we could start, and when we get hold of this data, and we could map it and students could learn even more about it. And then faculty were like, hey, you know, what can we do with this? So I developed a how to create your own citizen science project. And that's at the end of the story map. I have a link to that. You're welcome to use all of those tools. And then we come to realize that there's a lot of data that's missing. And we discovered this through a website called SDG Tracker. It's sdg-tracker.org. And so we started doing more and more research into it. And there's a couple of papers, some research that's been done on this and how citizen science can contribute to the research behind the Sustainable Development Goals. So one paper that I read listed 4 different SDGs that citizen science could be used to gather data for. So the life on land, sustainable cities and communities, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, all of those made sense. And I was like, yeah, okay. You know, those I get those. But then another paper said, yeah, okay, those are great, but here's 3 more. And I was like, yeah, you know, and it comes down to all of them. You can build a citizen science project around all of these. When I did a workshop a couple of weeks ago, one of the professors who was on that, I asked, you know, what kind of things are you guys going to do with these tools? And one of the faculty said, well, I'm going to have my students map out microaggressions that they experience as they're moving around their community. And I was just blown away that they are really starting to think big with this data collection data collection tools that they have at their disposal. So, so we're like, okay, we really need to get to ramp up some of these collection tools and help faculty develop their own. So we were looking at, what kinds of data collection can they do? Is it direct data collection, primary data where you're actually collecting it, or could it be supplementary data where you are analyzing the data that's already been accumulated? But the further we dug, the more interesting it really became. So, typically when scientists were measuring, of course, it wasn't the SDGs, but just any kind of, health and wellness, or water and sanitation, or hunger, or poverty, it typically came from government offices and from international organizations, from the Census Bureau, things like that. But with all these new tools that we have, citizens can really add a lot of value, because often citizens are going to see things in their own communities that the government isn't going to see, or an international organization is not going to see. So you not only have people on the ground in their own communities, so you have citizen generated data, but you also now have satellite data that, when you marry those two together, makes it really, really robust. And you have that spatial data aspect to the data, where you're identifying where something is happening and who it's happening to. And that just rounds out the entire concept of citizen science and the data being used in research. And then this graph really builds out how important this is. It takes it from, the value of citizen science from 5 different areas, like the spatial aspect and the themes and the temporal aspects. What time frame did these things happen in? And just keeps building out and makes that data more accessible and more accurate. So it just keeps building upon itself. It really is a fabulous opportunity. So who can participate? And this is what's so amazing about citizen science, is that anybody, any age, can participate in citizen science. It can go from kindergarten, or even pre-kindergarten, all the way up through adulthood. All you have to have is a sense of wonder and a sense of wanting to learn more. I don't think that most people who do this, and this is my perception, that they realize that all this data that they're collecting is actually being used by scientists. I think they're just out having fun. So this is just a bonus. So let me show you a couple tools that are very, very popular. Most people who are in the environmental area are familiar with iNaturalist. But iNaturalist also has a fantastic database that you can go and see. This is a screenshot that I took a couple of months ago, but it also allows you to record sounds, upload photographs, and then, like I said, the where, here is where exactly in California that this bird, the varied thrush, was seen, exactly where, and they also recorded the sound of it. So it really makes it a robust experience when you're looking through this. So you can go to this observation site and see just the latest 4 or 5 things that were uploaded just in the last few hours. There's also lots of video tutorials and a new teacher's guide that's available. So if you're a K through 12 teacher, or even a higher education faculty, you might find these useful. So I know that a lot of our campuses do a bio blitz every spring, and I really can't wait until we can all get back out and do that again. But here's the great thing: all of the stuff that's all of the data, it's open data. And this is just, I set up a project for Mountain View when I was based there a few years ago, and you can actually go and find the data and you can download it. So all of that is open data. Now, if you have a younger child who iNaturalist might be a little bit too complicated, they do make a version for younger participants called Seek. It is much simpler. It still gets the same, really the most important data, but it is for the younger user. Another one that I just absolutely love is developed by NASA, and this one you can measure the clouds. You're just taking pictures of clouds. That's all it is just looking up and taking pictures of clouds. And it tells you when a satellite is directly over you so that you have that correlation. So there's a lot of different things happening all at once to make that the most accurate information. You can do land cover, whether it's trees, buildings, sheds, urban forests, streams, whatever you're seeing, you can add to that data collection the height of trees and mosquito habitat manager. So you can go here and see all of the how all of these apps work and what you're contributing to. It also has an open data aspect to it. So you can visualize the data, and I'm not going to open this, but when I give you this link, if you'll just click on this little icon right here, it'll open up another tab on your browser, and it'll take you to this fabulous visualization tool. And then you can also, there is a site on how to download the data, and then there is an advanced data access tool. So this is all from NASA, stuff that has been collected all over the world that you have absolute access to. There's a new, it was new back in September, a teacher online training that you can do. And there's also resources for family members, for parents who are still trying to teach their kids at home. So another one that was really, really interesting is called the NOAA Crowd Mag. This one, you just turn it on, put it in your pocket, and you go about your day, whether you're skateboarding, you're out taking a hike, you're riding your bike, and you are taking measurements of the Earth's magnetic fields in real time. And that data is not open. It is not available because that data is used in navigation systems. But you are still contributing. There's a fabulous video on how it works and why they're collecting it the way they are. But you're just crowdsourcing all of this data, and you can earn badges. So I know for a lot of the younger students, millennials even, really like earning badges, so they can do that. MPing was really, really interesting. This I don't remember if it's open or not. We'll scroll down and see. But this one tells you what the weather is. All you have to do is walk outside and take a picture of the weather at your house right this very second. It is, and unfortunately, this is not typically when I scroll up to this, you'll see where it's raining and where it's snowing in the United States, where there's hail, and you can look at the legend, and I think I'm buffering, so it's not going to show up. But please check this out. It is really, really a lot of fun to do, because satellites can't see what's happening underneath cloud cover. So you are helping out the satellites know where you are, and then you can tell it what's happening underneath the clouds. And yes, so there are lots and lots of NOAA data sets available that you can download. This was just released last year in time for Earth Day. It's called the Earth Challenge. This was done by the Earth Day organization and the State Department, the U.S. State Department. And so they are tracking plastic pollution, air quality, the bee population, and the food supply all in one app. It has 4 different sections to it. So there's lots of tracking on here that you can download this data. If you zoom in on this, you will see little blue dots all over the maps, and those are all litter cleanups that have been done, and it tells you exactly how many pieces of litter was collected and what date. Again, that's open data that you can download. Air quality, that is also open data. The bee population, oh, I don't know what happened to that image. That's kind of cool. That's not supposed to look like that. There is a dashboard that may or may not come up since there it is. So that is a living dashboard that is updated in real time that is tracking the bee population. And there's also open data for the mosquito populations. There's also a debris tracker, and you can also search for that open data. You can download that by organization, who did the cleanup, what kind of material was collected, and or the date range. So all of that is open data. There's also open data you can contribute to light pollution by looking at constellations at night. So if you go to this website, it'll give you which constellations to look for in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere during certain months of the year, and all of that data is also available to download. And then if you're inside, if you want your youngster to do citizen science on an iPad, you can identify coral reefs in a gamified manner using an iPad, where you are teaching a satellite how to recognize coral reefs from the air. So you are actually training machine learning, teaching them a satellite to recognize what things are. You can also contribute to the U.S. Geological Survey mapping system and earn badges. And you can do humanitarian mapping, and I'm running out of time. So I just wanted you can explore all of these things. And there are lots of others. I mean, there is no limit to what kind of citizen science you can do. So my questions to you are, what do you want to explore? What do you want to know more about? And if you could make your own citizen science project, what would it be? So thank you very much, and I will put the link to this in the chat.
Great. Yeah, we have someone that was asking where they could find all of these great citizen science activities. So I think everyone's probably going to be perusing through your story map to try and figure out which one is most fun to them, because there's a lot of options. So thank you so much, Lori, for that. We're going to go ahead and jump in. We really only got one question, so time is ticking. If you want to ask a question to these great panelists, please put that in the chat bar now. First off, we're going to start off with one that we got for Jen. So Jen, if you can sign back on. And the question goes, it was asked by Augustus Ruby, how could America ever get away from monopolized private internet service and get to internet access as an actual utility like water, sewage, and households?
That's a loaded question. We may need a whole session to talk that one through, but one suggestion I would make, which was my Bible when we started digging into this. There's a woman at Harvard who's brilliant named Susan Crawford. She wrote a book called Fiber. It's literally the one word title, but she talks a lot about how, this expansion in this infrastructure directly mirrors electrification when utilities were going in, and how that, where it went first, where it went last, and what kind of nudges were necessary to really get it rolled out across the country. It's a little bit different. In terms of it being a basic utility, that's kind of a state-by-state situation that's being looked at. Some utilities commissions have have done a much, have made it more of a public utility. When you look at investor owned and public, there's a lot of legislation involved in that. But what I will say is that the balance in the way that this is being approached by who owns the infrastructure. So basically, is the city going to put in permanent infrastructure? Is the district going to put it in? Do they want to own it? Do they want to operate it? How does it get provided? And so there's a lot of it, I think, from other cities we've talked to that have rolled out a lot of public Wi-Fi networks or put in that infrastructure. The problem is financial sustainability, because if it's being provided without subscriptions coming back, obviously, where's that revenue coming from to offset?
Definitely.
And in a lot of states, I guess the last thing I'll say, because we could go on for it, but that balance between how, working with the private sector, and is there, something that we talk a lot about is if there is a market gap to going into certain communities, what is it? And then how do we find, an incentive structure? Could federal funding be utilized to close that gap so that that infrastructure gets put in quickly? It's where municipalities have the ability to be the provider in terms of, are they a Spectrum or are they an AT&T, and they physically sign up residents. In some cases, the service can be provided, but not the enterprise aspect of it.
Definitely.
So it's a roundabout way to say it's super complicated, but I really do recommend the book Fiber. So
yeah, that's a great suggestion. Yeah, and it seems like that's still a very fresh concept at this point, that there's still more questions than there are answers. Can you think of any examples of communities that have where the municipality has kind of offered it as a public utility? I know it's been brought up in Denton. And I think there are some cities where they are currently providing that to some communities.
So the one in Texas that gets referenced the most frequently is Mount Bellevue, which is, I believe, outside of Houston. And they own it, they operate it, they offer, $10 a month subscriptions to provide that coverage. It's obviously a lot smaller, but they've got a model worked out that's worth looking into. That's the first one in Texas that comes to mind.
Thanks for that example, and thanks for all of that information. We've got a little bit more time. I'm looking to see if I've got any new questions. We'll go ahead and jump right into our next question. I'm actually going to shoot this one over to Sue. Sue, you mentioned that your CCAP, it was able to receive unanimous support from the council and the mayor. Can you talk a little bit about how you were able to successfully rally so much support, both at the community and the political level?
Lots and lots and lots of meetings and phone calls with lots and lots and lots of people, both pro and not so much. I think we had something like I know we had 6,000 different suggestions from the public. I think we were at around 2,000 meetings with different groups.
Wow.
But it was just a whole lot of one-on-one meeting with people, trying to understand what their needs were, trying to make sure that they understood those needs were in the plan. But there were a lot of the other thing. I'll backtrack a little bit. The other thing that I think was really helpful is we had a really robust stakeholder group that we used to develop the plan. We had business folks, we had university folks. Magna was actually one of our stakeholders. We had neighborhood advocates, we had environmental advocates, all in one big happy room. So they all had to talk to each other. And I think that was really helpful, because then it didn't turn into a we versus them and they're off in a room coming up with wild stuff with the environmentalists. No, we were all in one happy room. And so I think that was really helpful, because it helped to build some trust. But it was based on a lot of meetings and a lot of conversations. And I think those were really the key to making it a Dallas plan and not a copy of New York or San Francisco or even Austin. It isn't, it's a Dallas plan. And the key to that acceptance was, I think, in making sure people understood that they had been heard.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Next, I'm going to bring Dr. Sattler back. I wanted to know, are there any cities in the Metroplex that are currently thinking of digester food waste at their wastewater treatment facilities?
Actually, there's a project going on that's led by North Central Texas Council of Government. So if you were in the noontime meeting with Tamara Cook and her folks over there, they're leading a project that's sponsored by U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, where the region is going to be looking at potential for digesters all across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex.
Great, great. All right, I'm going to give one final question over to Lori. Can you talk a little bit more about how to build your very own citizen engagement project? So what is a tool that you would recommend for maybe an educator or someone trying to engage and educate their residents?
So we are lucky to have a license for ArcGIS, which is a whole suite of software, of GIS software, geographical information systems. And actually, it is available for free to every single K through 12 school in the world.
Oh, wow.
All you have to do is ask, and they will set you up with like 30 tools. It is amazing. So if you look at one of the very last links that I provide is to my how to create your own citizen science project. It takes you through the different softwares that we use, you know, create your own create your own survey, map out your data, put it into a dashboard, and then put it into a story map and build a story around it. So a narrative. So all of those tools are really, really excellent because it's great to collect the data, but then you want to share it. And so these tools also allow you to do that and build a story around the data you collected.
Great. Well, thank you guys so much. That is so helpful. I hope everyone that attended this presentation enjoyed and got to take away at least one thing. I am going to ask one last favor of you. If you could, please fill out the survey that Meghna shared earlier. I just resent out the link so that way, because if it got lost in the chat bar, you guys can find it again. But anyways, thank you guys so much. And let's hang on. We've got another presentation coming right up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you everyone for the presentation. Yes, we'll take a 30 minutes break. And then at 4 o'clock, we have a presentation by Oriana from Dallas College on the youth network of the RCE. So stay tuned.
Of you that I have not met, my name's Gary Cockey. I'm the Director of Sustainability at UT Dallas, and I'm the co-director of RCE North Texas. But this afternoon, my role is to introduce Oriana Silva, the talented student leader that has been working with the Youth Network. Oriana studies French and chemistry at UNT and Dallas College, and is an honors college scholar at UNT. Her childhood in Venezuela made her aware of the importance of sustainability issues, and since she started her sustainability internship with Dallas College, she realized that her life experiences are very much intertwined with sustainability. Oriana has worked with many organizations creating a positive change in these areas, including RCE of Americas and RCE North Texas, serving as youth ambassador for both. Oriana has also worked with Sustainable Development Solutions Network, EarthX, Texas Regional Alliance for Campus Sustainability, the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education, and Dallas College. She has also participated in projects that raise awareness about sustainability and resiliency amongst students, like the Sustainable Age Student Journal, which is the first student-led journal based on sustainability in the North Texas area. It integrates international students from different backgrounds and colleges, showing diversity and inclusion across the region. Oriana is kind enough to join us today to speak about her work. And with that, I will challenge UTD students in particular to think about how they can get engaged and follow Oriana's lead. Oriana, thank you for joining us.
Well, Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. This is Oriana Silva. And so, as an icebreaker, I'd like you to pull out Kahoot because we are going to have a quick trivia. So, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So please join the kahoot.it and type this pin so we can have our game started. Great. Let's wait like 1 more minute. Dun, dun. Okay. Let me stop sharing very quickly because okay, that's all. So let's start. Dun dun. So this 3, 2, 1. Okay, Chris. So when were the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals established? This is an easy one, so just start. Then. Oh, so 7 people get right answer. It was established in 2015. Great. So next. And Lori is winning right now. Next. So when should we achieve the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals? So this means more the agenda. So since they were established in 2015, when should we achieve them? Dun, dun. Okay, yeah, 9 answers. Yeah, 2030. So we have 15 years to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Great. And yeah, well, we have like, okay, Laurie's still winning, but Gary's almost there too. So, okay, very suspicious. Third question. What year was the RCE North Texas recognized by the United Nations University? I know this one may be a little bit harder than the other, but I first, yes, it was in 2019 where it received the recognition by the United Nations University. And yeah, it is confusing. I know it can be between 2018 and 2018, but the end or the final recognition was in 2018. And oh wow, yeah, Sharon got now the highest score, and then Meg. Okay, great. And the last question is: RCE North Texas is focused on the following SDGs? So it can be 2 for 12, 3 for 11, 5 for 10, 1 for 13. Of course, it is important that we are focused on the fourth one. But what are the other 2? Yeah, 3, 4, and 11. So 9 people answered correctly. Yay! Next. And the podium is, we have DC. Great. The second place, Gary. And the first place, dun dun, Meg. Well, thank you so much for participating. And well, fourth and fifth, we have Sharon and Settle. Okay, so thank you. Let me. Okay, cool. So now let's begin our presentation. Thank you so much for participating in the icebreaker. Okay, well, welcome to the RCE North Texas Youth Network. The RCE North Texas Youth Network has as a mission encourage cross-university collaboration, reduce redundancy in sustainability projects across universities to the best of our ability, connect the students to sustainability opportunities, connect the students to employers who value making our communities more equitable and sustainable. So, the RCE North Texas was recognized by the United Nations University on February 7, 2019. And so from there, we host, as a youth network, we host several events. And some of them are the following. So from 2019, so we have the first RC North Texas Youth Network virtual conference with the students from UT Dallas and Dallas College. We had also the RC North Texas Youth Network Roundtable at UT Dallas to identify our student recommendation for SDG 3, 4, and 11, our main SDGs. And then we had the RCE North Texas Conference with the Federal Reserve Bank in Dallas. The Youth Network members from Gammon, UT Dallas, UT Arlington, and Dallas College present their SDG projects and activities. In September, we have the RCE North Texas Youth Network advisors. They attend to the RCE America's annual meeting hosted by RCE Burlington in Vermont, USA. In October, we had the RCE North Texas Youth Network meeting at Dallas College Rehaven campus. Then we have the UT Decompose project with Wiley IC. And also we have a participation in the RCE America's conference call with the youth. So the youth event hosted in 2020-2021, we had the February 11, the RCE North Texas Youth Network members attend to the EarthX Young Professional event. And we also have the second annual virtual conference with the students from UT Dallas, Dallas College, Irvine IC, and Dallas College, Dallas Public Health Department. So here we address many issues about public health and environment. Also, we prevent about COVID-19, even before the pandemic started. So then after, when we get all locked down, we developed the Sustainable Age Student Journal. It was funded. I will talk a little bit more later about it. And then we host the Global Elementary Model of the United Nations, Gammon. It was the 31st annual session, but it was the first host online. And the RCE North Texas Youth Network created thousands of religion educational videos. Also, the RCE North America Regional Meeting. The RCE North Texas Youth Network had a presentation there, so we explained everything that we have been doing so far, and also how we became more resilient in this COVID process, this lockdown process that we faced last year. Then on October 2020, March 29, 2021, the RCE North Texas Youth Network members participated as panelists in Sustainable Menstruation Conversation that was hosted by Dallas College. This happened just 2 days ago. It was super amazing. So let's move forward. So some objectives of the RCE North Texas Youth Network are the following: to portray the resilience and influence on higher education, to develop connectiveness with RCE Americas, to promote a venue where students can develop leadership skills and expose the different issues in need to be addressed. So the main program that the RCE North Texas Youth Network is hosting right now is the Sustainable Age Student Journal. So let's look at it. So how we start? In the middle of the 50-year of 50-day campaign for Earth Day last year, a pandemic shook our lives. Since April 2020, everything changed. College stopped their activities, the unemployment rate rose, people got trapped in a maze of uncertainty. Therefore, a group of students from Northlake campus and Brookhaven campus of Dallas College, using their knowledge in sustainability and resilience, found the Sustainable Age Student Journal. So this is the first student-led journal in the North Texas area dedicated in addressing sustainability topics. It is open to all the undergraduate and graduate students that would like to develop or to write in academic English, and also to address sustainability as a main topic or as a main purpose. Okay, so since we are open to any major, so it is not an issue if you are not majoring in sciences. You can be majoring in arts or business or even music. So you can always be enact as a sustainable ager. So the topics that we address in our journal are the social justice, human health and well-being, philosophy, science, technology, engineering and math, climate action, and business. So each article that we post in our journal, it is at least related with one of the 70 Sustainable Development Goals. So sustainability, we see that as a broad, not as something like just related with environment. Therefore, each major, each career can be focused in a sustainable way. And that's the main thing that we want to improve and emphasize in our journal. So become an author today. So in order to become an author today, we follow certain guidelines to have a proper journal. So we are sustaining from the root. This means that every article must be related to at least one sustainable development goal. We follow peer review. Before uploading your work, submit it to at least one editorial member for revision and to the Writing Lab Center, or in case another editorial member. So this peer review process works in the following way. There is a member that is in charge of reviewing the English academic writing. Most of the time are our advisors. And also there will be another member that will review the article in the sustainability perspective. So this is in order to get an improvement in our writing, because not all the students are not native speaker. So I want to be inclusive. So we integrate international students to this journal so they can also write in English, but also be reviewing and have good feedback from our advisors. The source citing is very important. So it is required to have at least a source cited at the end of your article. We recommend using the MLA citation. So it's pretty much each time we publish an article is really similar on how we work in school, how we do our essay. So each time we are requested by our professors to do any work, they always say you have to source your work, and that's the same here. So we encourage to use MLA citation for our articles. The article must be at least 500 words. So to be considered an article, our editorial board requires to have more than 500 words in your work. The signature is required at the beginning of each article. That's logical. Members must attend at least one editorial board meeting and submit one article monthly. So in order to fulfill the editorial board meeting or the editorial board requirements, we have two different schedule. We meet bi-weekly, but one meeting is Wednesday at 2, and the other one, the following, will be on Thursday at 5. So for those students that has to work or they have classes, so we have that flexibility, so they can attend to the Wednesday meeting or to the Thursday meeting. And well, of course, we encourage to submit one article monthly. because we do the research, and we also have to review the article. So the timeline estimated to revise the article is around 1 month. So also to develop more skills, we have committees. So these committees are in charge of amplifying the performance of our journal. So we have 4 committees, and these are the following: marketing committee. Um, the marketing people, they are in charge of our social medias and also our outreach. They promote all the events or Instagram Live, even though our articles among our student community. The editorial committee, those are the people in charge of editing, reviewing, and also proposing some topics for our articles. The sponsorship committee is also a little bit related with the marketing, but this is more in order to get partnership with other universities across the region. And the legal committee, it is in charge of developing the copyrights or the legal forms um, for our journal, our articles, and even our brand. So each committee it is integrated by one advisor and at least 1 or 2 students. Okay, welcome to our journal. So this is how our website looks like. So here in the student journal, you can see the articles, all articles. We have 5 categories. So the triple bottom line, society, environment, economy, the triple bottom line of sustainability, plus we have the biodiversity category, and also the sustainable holidays. The sustainable holiday is like a plus that we add last year. So because we brainstorm like, okay, well, we have Thanksgiving, we have Christmas, or we have New Year's Eve, St. Valentine's Day. So how can we celebrate those holidays in a sustainable way? So that's something very tangible that we have here in the States. And so how can we become more sustainable during those days? So we have that special category. Plus, like around 2-3 weeks ago, we inaugurate the biodiversity category that is led by Eve. Thank you, Eve, for opening it. And well, so here you will see the articles. Each article will have like at least 1 category tied. So if you want to read everything about society, you can click there, or everything about environment. There are articles that has the 3 categories on it. So that's normal because it was written in a sustainable it was broadly. So that's why it has the 3 categories. And then on top, we have 4 windows. And the first one is for the articles. The second is about us. There you can read about our story, how we came up with this idea. Then in journals, you have the information, you have the guidelines, you have the committees, and there is the list of authors and advisors there. And of course, we have at the end our sign-up form where you can become an author, and all the requirements and all that stuff is at the end of the journals window. And the last window, sustainable events. So that's something that we just opened it. It's brand new. So from this April, we are going to publish all the sustainability events in North Texas area, not only hosted by the Sustainable Age or the RCE North Texas, also hosted by the universities aligned with the RCE North Texas. So in this case, in the sustainable events, I have a couple of events hosted by Dallas College, and all of them are related with sustainability. So if you want to be published here in this window, please let me know and send me all the information of your events, and I easily can add them to our website. So each month I will be updating this with with events. Okay, the interactions. So our website, marketing it gives us this data. So you can see here. Let's go. So we have 47 total site session. It had an improvement of 38%. We have 19 unique visitors. We improved that to 36% from February to March. And they spend around 4 minutes, 43 seconds each time they visit our website. So here you can see the peak. Each time we publish an article, I remember this one. This peak was for the sustainable St. Valentine's. It was for that sustainable holiday. So that's why it has like 12 sessions, 12 clicks. Okay. And then the traffic by location. So our the highest traffic is here in the North Texas area. However, we have in Atlanta and also from Virginia. And here we have from Brazil too. And the top reference sites. So 20, 25, 26 people look for us directly type in our domain. Some of them just Google it. Google, and then like 2 or 1 go from our Instagram account. So we have a 78% of new visitors, and the return visitor is 21%. So now I would like to introduce the Sustainable Age editorial board. So meet the Sustainable Agers.
Everyone, my name is Ferdinando Johnny Castro Gonzalez, and I am an international student from Caracas, Venezuela, currently studying at Dallas College Richland campus. Now, the reason why I joined the Sustainability Age Student Journal is because it allows me to research various sustainability matters, so then I can implement better any sustainability program in the community I am planted in. This journal is also very important to me because it connects me with like-minded students all around the nation, so together we can develop a strong group of students aiming to support any sustainability endeavor that this country has. And I will work hard to expand this program even internationally, so we can count with a strong base of students that are going to be supporting the work as much as it is needed. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Ramsey Cook and I'm a 4th year studying environmental engineering at Georgia Tech. I just joined the Sustainable Age Journal and I'm about to publish my first article about shifting suitability zones for native tree species. I'm really excited to be part of the journal and to be able to learn about different sustainability problems and solutions.
Hey there, it's Soyan Andrade here. I am from Venezuela and I study in Dallas College Brookhaven campus. I knew about the Sustainable Age because of my friend Oriana, and to be honest, it was one of the best decisions that I took because now I have the power to express myself in a lot of topics. In this case, sustainability is something that we all should take care about, and even more this young generation, because we are going to be the ones receiving those consequences of the actions that we are taking today. So I invite you to participate in this sustainable age.
Hi, my name is Olivia Brookshire, and I am the secretary for the Sustainable Age Student Journal. I'm currently a student at Texas Women's University in Denton, Texas, and I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in food and nutrition in business and industry. So the reason I joined the Sustainable Age Journal was because I have a passion for creating a sustainable future in the food and nutrition industry. And it's a great way for me to express that passion and really harness like all my energy towards that. And I get to do it with a great group of people who are also passionate about sustainability. So it's a great environment and a great decision that I made to join. So
Hello, my name is Anna Bartholomew, and I am a master's student in the Sustainable Solutions program at Arizona State University. And the primary reason I joined the Sustainable Age Student Journal was to continuing to push myself to learn about other sustainability topics outside of my field of work, but also to continuing to hone my skills in outreach and just reaching the general populace about these important topics. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amini Yusuf. I'm currently majoring in psychology at the Northlake campus of Dallas College. My role in the Sustainable Age Journal is to write and peer review articles that are later published in the Student Age Journal. How the Sustainable Age has impacted me is that it has given me an outlet to reach my peers and inform them about sustainability programs in my community, as well as inform me about what is going on in the student life and sustainable outreach around me.
I'm Dr. Kendra Unruh, and I'm an English professor at Dallas College Richland campus. I'm also a faculty advisor for the Sustainable Age. My favorite thing about the Sustainable Age is to see the students be so excited about improving their research and writing skills while also tackling some of the most important and relevant issues of today.
Hi, my name is Maria Bocalandro. I work at Dallas College. I am the Dean of Special Academic Services, and I work as an advisor for the Sustainable Age. It has really impacted me because I get to work with students revising their articles and making sure that the data and the information is relevant and that is tied to sustainability, which is a fun job because that is my passion. And literally anything is related to sustainability because we're using the triple bottom line concept. So anything that does good or the right things for the people, planet, and the economy is considered sustainability. And I love to work with the students and advise on this topic. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Manzi. I am a professor of philosophy at Dallas College. I also serve as a faculty advisor on the board for the Sustainable Age. I am extremely happy to be involved with the Sustainable Age. First and foremost, there's nothing more inspiring for me than student initiative, and to see the way in which these student editors have produced this wonderful publication that raises awareness and brings up very salient points. Nowadays, it's a phenomenal thing, and I'm so happy to be involved. Sustainability, more specifically for me, is extremely significant because, again, as a philosophy professor, I teach students a bit about thinking large scale, thinking about the big picture. And sustainability does precisely that. It considers the future, it considers the larger picture. It's very grand in its scope. And again, I love seeing that really promoted on the local and, of course, broader levels as well. So again, I'm Jeff Manzi, professor of philosophy at Dallas College and faculty co-advisor for the Sustainable Age. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brandon Morton, and I'm the Sustainability Coordinator for Operations at Dallas College. My favorite thing about the RCE is helping students connect with each other at different colleges and universities across our region. Students have so many ideas and passions about sustainability that it's very important to me that they connect with each other and learn from each other. I hope you will join the RCE and share your sustainability passions.
Thank you so much, advisors, Sustainable Agers. Especially thank you so much, Olivia Brookshire, for editing the video. So, well, now let's move forward to our upcoming events. So, the Sustainable Age Student Journal will host three events. One is the Sustainable Menstruation Instagram Live. So, since we talked last Monday about sustainable menstruation, we're going to do a follow-up in Instagram the next April 15th at 3 p.m. We also have an article about our research that Olivia and I were working on it. Then, since we have the Earth Day, we will have the Earth Day conversation on Thursday, April 22nd at 3 p.m. It will be also hosted on Instagram. And So the RCE North Texas, not only the Youth Network, the entire RCE North Texas, will have a panel with the RCE Grand Caracas and summer 2021. The time and date will post soon. So please stay tuned for that. It will be amazing. It will be bilingual. So it is how we connect with other students around the world. And now, well, please feel free to screenshot this slide. You have here our website, thesustainableage.com, Instagram, The Sustainable Age, and Twitter, Sustainable Age. If you want to contact me directly, this is my email, osilva@dccd.edu. And so join us today. Thank you so much for attending. And now I will yield the floor to Mr. Cookie.
Thank you so much, Oriana. And thank you to the entire sustainability team with Dallas College, especially Brandon Morton. I'm thankful for all the work that y'all are leading. I want to nudge all of our attendees. Please put any questions that you have into the comments. I did see one come across, and I think that is one that we could all learn from. So what can we, the attendees here, do to promote the journal or to help you in your work?
Okay, well, to promote the journal, I will say, please, you can first of all visit the website. You have an option to post it on Facebook, Instagram, and also LinkedIn. I think if you don't mind, I can pull out the website and right now, and you will see the. Also, you can become an author if you want. You can sign up. It's an easiest process. You will have like a short interview with me or with any of the executive board, and then you just have to attend to our meetings. That is not really hard to become an author. So just it's more a responsibility that you will assume later.
So I'm gonna put on my hat as the UTD Director of Sustainability. I know that we have some UTD students on this call. What is your message out there to other students in the region? Do you have any specific things that you would like to say to partner students?
So, well, you are all welcome, and I would like to have students more representation from UT Dallas, especially UT Arlington, since both universities are part of the RCE North Texas, are the founder of the RCE North Texas. So I would like to have more involvement. And also, if you have any projects, events that you are hosting, please let me know. We can do a partnership. We can repost your events on the journal, even on our social media. We can do articles from your experience or your events. So remember that we also do research here. It's not like just come up with an idea and then type it. We do we do interviews. We talk with expertise about certain topics. So we go deep into sustainability. It's not just like, okay, yeah, I like this, and no. We like to be more involved in that. And also, I would like to call my peers from UNT because I'm a UNT student, and yes, I'd like to have more involvement about the our main green nation as well. Yes, well, this is North Texas, and UNT is North Texas. So.
Very good. Yeah, I agree. And I'll underscore what you said. I'll put the challenge out there to all the students. Get engaged and get on board with what Oriana's leading. I believe that the Sustainable Development Goals they're going to be the application of the education that you're receiving. Your generation is going to live with the outcomes, and I believe that we can work towards some really great outcomes. But youth need to have a voice in the plans that are being made to address these important issues. So please do get engaged. And with that, Oriana, I'm inspired by you, and I think the work that you do is great. I know that in my work, working with students, that's what drives me and keeps me positive. I was just curious if you could speak a little bit about what drives you and what keeps you positive.
Well, so what inspired me is that I was like 2-3 years ago, I was a teacher. And so I know I really like inspiring people, especially in that case, I was a French teacher for kids. And so I like too much how I motivate them and how I introduce the French culture in that moment. So I applied that the same pedagogy with sustainability, but the main difference is that now I'm a student and if no I'm not professor, so I have to inspire other students. And that can be a challenge because we are all kind of on the same level, and also the fact that we are all online. So um, how can we engage students in a way that they learn, they improve their abilities, their knowledge, and also they help others just in that process. So that's how I that's one of the main reasons I create the journal. And I'm pretty glad that I have the support from the RCE North Texas, from you, from Magna, from Brandon, from all our advisors. And so, yeah, that's how I keep my mind positive, because I know it is hard because we're not too many people, we're not too many aware of this, what is happening right now in our world. So communicating as with a journal, with social media, can impact. So if we do some actions, if we do research, right now we are promoting more events rather than just articles. So we are going to try to have like uh, actions and statements. So not only statements. So for people that are not too much or are not easy to engage with words, we can engage them with activities, with events, with summits or workshops. So I think I have the hope that when everything gets normal, in quotes, we may have more in-person activities that we can meet not only the students from Dallas College, also students um, from UNT, UT Dallas, UTA. So since we are mostly here, we can meet it. And also, since we have students outside our region, that's awesome. I feel pretty proud of that because we are moving forward. We have people interest around this country, and hopefully if you, any of you attendees, you speak English or you like to join the journal but you are not in the States, uh, please feel free to reach out to me, because I mean you can easily come here, develop your ideas. We can discuss. We are always brainstorming. So it's not, this journal is not like, okay, I impose my ideas, or no. You can come up with your project, with your research, and yeah, we just evaluate it, we revise it, and you are um, free to publish it. So uh, it's a little bit more open. It's not as close as it looks like. So yeah, one of the main visions that I have for the journal is that engage students, English speaker around the world, not only Americas, not only United States, also the entire Earth.
That's a great answer, Oriana. I was just listening to a podcast, and it was talking about the value of individual action whenever we need systemic change, and it talked about, the individual action in itself matters, but the communication of the action is more important, because we all have spheres of influence, and sometimes as a student, you're able to influence your peers in a way that I may not be able to. And so having your work as championing these values is really valuable from my perspective. And then being able to put this into the journal and then lead in the areas that you can. I see Allison I highly recommend the How to Save a Planet podcast. It's the podcast that I'm referencing. It is a really good evaluation of systemic versus individual action, but you've hit the nail on the head. And the fact that you are knowledgeable about the issues, that you are a champion for positive change, and that you're communicating that to your peers, I think is what really makes me optimistic about the future. With that, I think that that's a great place for us to conclude today. So the challenge is out there. I want all students on the line to be reaching out to Oriana. Oriana, you inspire me. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. Thank you to all of our participants today, all of our attendees today. I'm putting our link to the survey one more time into the chat here. If you have not been filling this out, please, please, please fill it out. Your feedback will help us to choose the initiatives that we will focus on through the RCE, tailor our content so that we can meet the need that we have as a region. And I challenge everybody to really think long and hard about your role, about your organization's role, and how we can collaborate as a region on important issues of sustainability. We have so many great minds on this call. We have so many resources in our region. There's no reason why we can't be moving the needle on issues of sustainability. So I want to thank everybody for your attendance today. Thank you for your leadership every day. I hope that next year, when we have our second annual RCE North Texas Summit, we can gather in person and exchange ideas and share a cup of coffee across the table and find those collaborations in person. Thank you again, and this event has really energized me, and it's been my pleasure. So I'll look forward to the next occasion.
Thank you so much for having me. Please, if you have any question, reach out to me. Hi. So please don't hesitate to sign up for as Become an Author. You can also sign up on the website to receive our journals to your email directly. And yeah, see you in the next event.
Thank you, Ariana. That was great.
All right,
Gus,
Magda,
should we stop the recording now?
I was just about to say I'm going to stop the recording.
Okay.